Okay, how we doing, guys? How is everybody? Sorry, it took me a little bit longer than normal today to get everything ready for the stream. So we're going to be doing great. Good to see you, Gauntlet. Hello, everybody on YouTube. I see you guys, too. So we've got some big news today. There is a new CEO at Blizzard, another new CEO. Now that Microsoft has fully acquired Activision Blizzard, you may have read about this in the news a while ago, but it hadn't been okayed yet by the EU. Now Microsoft is in full control. We did a video about this a week ago that the current CEO was moved out. Now we have the new CEO. We're going to pull this up on screen for you. This is Joanna Ferris. I hope I'm saying her name right. And this is her post. We'll just read this first. This was her message to Blizzard that was shared with everybody in the company. Dear Blizzard, though my official first day with you all is February 5th, I want to let you know immediately that it is an honor to join you next week in this new capacity. I do so humbly and in awe of all that Blizzard has stood for and delivered to the world over 30 years. God, 30 years, man. Today also brings some mixed emotions. The loss of talented teammates in recent days is hard to hold side by side with the immense excitement I feel about joining Blizzard and building the momentum you've created for Blizzard's next chapter. I want to thank Matt for the introduction. This is Matt Ybarra, the previous CEO. Bring some further clarity to today's announcement and share more about how I see our future together at Blizzard. I understand this is a lot to take in. The news of my appointment may no doubt bring up a range of reactions, questions, even concerns. Activision, Blizzard, and King are decidedly different companies with distinct games, cultures, and communities. So that's interesting to see that statement said there. One of the criticisms from people outside of Blizzard, but also inside of Blizzard, was that Activision culturally was a different company than Blizzard was. Activision... a lot of the people I met that were from Activision, just completely different personalities, different views on business. They have a system in Activision I think we all know of, but if you don't, I mean, they're cranking out Call of Duty, filling it up with microtransactions. There's always a new game every year, and they've been very successful with that. Whatever you want to say about it, it's undeniable. They have hit a part of the market that is huge. They also connect with a lot of people that I think we wouldn't necessarily think of as gamers. A lot of people also very into sports. I don't know, if you grew up, in school, sorry, not grew up in school. When you were in school, did you ever feel like there was another group of gamers that maybe weren't like the RTS, Diablo, World of Warcraft people? I don't want to say bros, but, it is a different culture. But the big challenge with Activision Blizzard is that, Blizzard was a company that made games you kind of stayed in forever. You never needed to leave. And there was apparently a lack of patience with the people at Activision for how long it would take for Blizzard to work on certain titles. How quickly they could make things profitable. For instance, esports was not a profitable venture. I know that there were frustrations with Activision about that. But I think, the secret sauce at Blizzard was that approach to their games, and that's why they were making games that really weren't like anything else. I'll talk more about that in a second, but I just wanted to touch upon that. It is important to note that Call of Duty's way of waking up in the morning to deliver for players can often differ from the stunning games in Blizzard's realm, kind of like what I was saying earlier. Each with different gameplay experiences, communities that surround them, and requisite models of success. I've discussed this with the Blizzard leadership team, and I'm walking into this role with sensitivity to those dynamics and deep respect for Blizzard as we begin to explore taking our universes to even higher heights. I am committed to doing everything I can to help Blizzard thrive with care and consideration for you and for our games, each unique and special in their own right. I'm optimistic about our ability to serve our current and future player communities and to further amplify the shared passion for greatness, polish, and creative mastery that is a hallmark of Blizzard's approach to game making. Next week, I will be in Irvine, and I am eager to connect with many of you as soon as possible. So this is just, for people at the company that wanted to meet with her. A couple personal facts about her. Number one, job in life is amazing, raising two amazing boys. In addition to parenthood, a typical week for me includes daily yoga, prayer, and of course, playing video games. Big Diablo 4 fan here. I went and looked on LinkedIn. Where's LinkedIn? Over here. Is there a way to join? Oh, I have to join to view the profile? Oh, that's annoying. All right. What I did see with her LinkedIn profile, I'm not going to log into it right now. She had a previous career in the NFL for about 12 years. So that's pretty interesting. We just saw Overwatch League effectively get killed. A lot of my friends that worked on Overwatch League were laid off. So obviously that's always sad news. Call of Duty League is still going on in some capacity. I'm not super up to date with what's happening with that, but I would imagine that Activision's still going to try to run that and see what they can get done with it. But she has a background in sports and conventional sports at that. So it's interesting they selected her to do that. It does seem like with her speech that she gave, and maybe why she was able to get into this position, is that she is making it very clear that all these different games require different approaches, have different cultures and communities, and that needs to be respected and appreciated. So, to be honest with you guys, I don't really know what to make of this. I want to be optimistic, but it's kind of hard to be optimistic with how poorly Blizzard has done. It has been, I want to say, like 5 years of just bad news with Blizzard. Almost no good news at all. Even these moments of hope, like with Diablo 4 coming out and the reception of that being very big. Now it seems like the game is not in a great state. So I would like to see Blizzard get back on track. One thing that I did notice is that they finally released Warcraft 2 and the original Warcraft onto the Battle.net launcher. I think Crash Bandicoot's on there as well. So, I mean, they are doing some service to some of their older games. I kind of never thought they would give any acknowledgement to their older titles, but it seems like they are still bringing that on board. We still got to wait and see what's going to happen for StarCraft. Will they do something with StarCraft? I think almost 100% they will. My biggest fear is that they are going to move away from the RTS aspect of it, whether that be a shooting game or I don't know. I mean, whatever version of game you could have. Thank you for the raid, G5. I appreciate it. But we got to wait and see. With Microsoft in control, and by the way, Microsoft has done a very good job in the gaming space over the last couple of years. They're really killing it. They were always a little bit of the underdog historically compared to PlayStation or Nintendo. And even though they always had a big presence in the PC space, they have a much bigger and much more impressive presence here with their acquisitions, Activision Blizzard, and others. So I'm hopeful we can get another RTS. Weirdly enough, I do feel like if we're going to get another RTS, it's going to be because games like Stormgate, Zero Space, Immortal Gates of Pyre do well. And that would stimulate them into going in that direction. That's kind of depressing to say, but that's the way that I see it. I have seen some critiques and complaints from people saying, I thought they were going to kind of bring a Blizzard person in and put them in charge of the company. Since Blizzard did have that unique culture, why would they have an Activision person moved over and be put in charge of Blizzard? Guys, there are no big Blizzard people at Blizzard anymore. Everybody's gone. I want to make that really clear because I think it's easy to think of Blizzard as a monolith. It's none of the same people in charge of the company anymore. It's like, you had a restaurant and the cooks, the chef, the people that seated you were all there and they made it special. And now they're gone. And there's a new group of people that are going to run it. We don't know what they're going to do with this new place. I'm hopeful they can do something cool. But we got to wait and see. I do think that the Activision Blizzard, the Microsoft purchase of Activision Blizzard probably is the best news we could have had in a long time. Keep in mind this as well. Blizzard does not have any of their game developers specifically. So that's a little bit weird. They own the IP, these new people that are there. They have great artists, and I think Blizzard will always have great artists. And this is always one of Blizzard's strongest suits was the art and the style and a lot of the universes they could make. But getting people that can make the most cutting-edge games in the world, that's a big challenge. That being said, maybe they just need to start to crank out more, boilerplate games like a lot of these other companies do, get revenue, and try to start over from there. I don't know. But let's see what happens. Let's give this person a chance. And, if they are going to go back into this, keep in mind, from HOTS to Starcraft, a lot of those games were made almost entirely with esports in mind, or like that was a big part of it. There's still potential to do something with that. I don't know what's happened so much with Hearthstone esports, but that used to be a big thing as well. If Riot wasn't doing as well as they were, I would be worried for esports as an entire industry. But the fact that Riot has been killing it and killed it harder with League of Legends than any title ever has. The fact that Counter-Strike 2 is now out, that everybody's been playing that, CS has been going strong. Valorant has now hit the market, and that seems to be doing very well. So I am curious, is there going to be a foray in esports? Are they going to have a different approach? To be frank, what they were doing for StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, I'm talking about the Mike Morhaime era of Blizzard, the support they gave there was tremendous, and it was like a small, tiny little fraction of the cost that the big waste of money that Overwatch League was. So let's see if they can do something to win back our scene and these other scenes. I think there's a lot of ways they could do that. But for now, we got to wait the next couple months, probably through the whole year. We're going to get an idea of what's going to be next. Guys, keep in mind as well, Blizzard, in whatever iteration it's been in, seems to be a company that does listen to feedback. I think a lot of times, at least in my experience, people give me feedback about StarCraft, what they like and don't like about it. You can go talk to Blizzard. Remember that red shirt guy that humiliated Blizzard, and then Diablo 4 was announced way earlier than it was supposed to be announced? Positive and negative feedback, they seem to listen. So, we're all older now, and we've got money to spend, so hopefully we can, talk them into maybe a StarCraft 3 or something else like that. Anyways, thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know what you think about that in the comments. I'm sorry couldn't log into LinkedIn there. I was a little bit caught off guard by that. Yeah, please subscribe. We're going to be doing a lot of other RTS content on this channel, but we do talk about news updates like what we see here. And I don't know. Go to tastelessthreads.com, my merch shop, and have an amazing day. Bye-bye. How was that, chat? Hey, thank you for the $1.99, Browley Power Max. Thank you for the sub into the sky. Appreciate you. And thanks again for the raid. All right, guys, we're going to go on to our next video. So today we're going to be covering, oops. All right. Hold on. I don't have my video open. 1 second, guys. Okay. Now we're good to go. We're going to be doing a little bit of StarCraft history today. This is Bisu versus Savior. Now, this was the moment that we really got to see the revolutionary way that Blizzard... I got to start over. God damn it. Cut. All right. Act 2. Are we ready, chat? I feel like once I mess up one of these videos, then it's impossible to get the next take right. Blizzard only listened to the red shirt guy because it was public? Yeah. So do it publicly. All right. Today we've got a little bit of StarCraft history. This is Bisu versus Savior, MSL Final, Game 3, in a best of 5. This was a moment where we really saw a full evolution of how to play Protoss versus Zerg. PvZ had always been a little bit of a tough matchup in that it just seemed like it was hard for the Protoss to push out and get even a second base or a third base in macro. A lot of games were reliant on rushes or kind of weird tech, and Bisu really changed that. Now, as we get into this game, I'm going to just point out the obvious. Savior, yes, this is the guy, Ma Jae-yoon, the person who was caught match fixing and was behind a lot of the match fixing in StarCraft 1. There is a view that a lot of people hold, that we should never talk about players who match fixed. We should kind of axe them from history. I kind of agree with that, and I don't really talk about Savior at all. If you listen to ASL, I don't think I've ever brought him up in ASL or anything like that. But it's impossible to talk about this moment in history without having his games up, because he was the best Zerg at the time. I may down the road do a video about match fixing and how that impacted StarCraft 1. It also did happen again in StarCraft 2 with Life. But anyways, yeah, if you're upset by the fact that I'm showing a game of Savior, there's just no way to do this without, having this game up, because this is really when history was made. The volume is going to be muted here for the start just because there's some music playing and I don't want to get a copyright strike. And again, I apologize for the quality of this video. This is a very old upload on YouTube. And yeah, there's no higher quality than this, unfortunately. It's going to be on the map Blitz X. And I think about a second or two in here, I can turn this volume up. And we're just going to have this. Guys, in the chat, let me know how the volume is here. So, one thing to note here, even though this was, I think, in a fairly aged period for StarCraft 1, it had really kind of come into its own as a competitive game. The maps still had not been as fine-tuned as they needed to be. And we'll see a little bit of that over here with the expand play. Now all modern maps are built so that Protoss can fast expand. Years before this, there was a big debate in StarCraft theory of should Protoss try to fast expand or not, and is it actually a viable strat or is it a type of cheese? The burden for the Protoss, if they do a Forge expand opening, is that they only have buildings to defend themselves, which makes it pretty tough. As Bisu's build became more mainstream and normalized, all entrances at the natural expansion of the second base are the same size now. They made it so that you could always do this. And so his build orders had a big impact on the way maps are played. You can see the natural here. This entrance is insanely big. This would never be a map we could have in the ladder pool now. Or if we did, we'd only have this map, and there'd be no other maps close to it because Protosses would veto it. But even then, Bisu wanted to go for a fast expand play. Savior, his opponent, this was a guy who really knew how to macro and control in a way that was just a lot scarier. He had good micro for sure, but I always say the scariest Zergs are the ones where you don't even really get to leave your base. And that's really what, when Savior was winning, that's what all his games looked like. You could stay inside and try to play it safe and protect yourself, but if you tried to get out on the map, you would either get counterattacked or you get surrounded and killed, and eventually you'd be at the point of no return. Savior's actually one of the first players that I ever met in person. I got to hang out with him a few times. Obviously, he's pretty infamous now in the StarCraft scene. He was always very friendly to me. I think my biggest memory from watching him play in person was sitting behind him and noticing that you'll have to look at your keyboard as I make this description, but he would use this part of his hand here, where the pinky connects. He would use that to press the control key, or he'd use this part of his hand here. So he would bind his keys by leaning this part of the hand onto that instead of using the pinky, which a lot of players do. And I remember going, oh, and I touched my own hand and pointed. He's like, yeah, you see that? Like, very good mechanically back then. By the way, if you remove the Windows key on your keyboard, you could still do that in StarCraft. It's actually a pretty handy way to try to bind stuff. I use it now. So that was a cool moment for me to kind of see a little mechanical secret from, at the time, the best Zerg in the world. And that was at BlizzCon and the Blizzard Worldwide Invitational. I was at those a couple of times. And I remember being stunned like everybody else when the match-fixing scandal came out. So, I'll pause the video once we get a shot of the base here. By the way, you can see there's some ideas that wouldn't be used as much anymore, letting the pylon finish. Into this guy says that's how I thought you were supposed to do it. A lot of people don't, believe it or not. One of the funniest and most surprising things for me was when I started to travel and see people play in person, realize everybody had different mechanical techniques, and that the Koreans had by far the best. So see the placement here? This is pretty ingenious placement for a map where I think in today's standards, you'd never be able to get away with a fast expand. Keep in mind that, you know, we always see Hydra busts and Ling busts versus fast expand. Fast expand wasn't as common back then. So a lot of Zergs kind of didn't know what to deal with in this moment. But see how the cannon, it covers all the probes here. It covers the pylon, the forge, and the gate. And there's a fairly narrow path to get to it. And the probes can be right-clicked onto the geyser to protect it. Obviously, they'll be behind the cannon if they do that. But, you know, that's about as good as you can get. So yeah, the PvZ matchup was kind of an existential crisis for Protosses before this. You could get a sneaky build off and maybe get a kill, but like, what is the standard macro build? And that's really what Bisu showed everybody here with this. And so in a lot of ways, he saved the matchup. We'll get more into his tech as the game develops a little bit further on here. And by the way, to this day, Bisu is still one of the greatest Protosses that there is. He's since he became the best here, and maybe a little bit even before this, he's basically stayed one of the Protosses you can always study. He still kind of stays with his older style, but he makes it work. And he's very much an in-your-face Protoss. And so the idea is that you get the expand up. Zerg is going to be inclined to drone as quickly as possible and take a third. And so you immediately want to start to send zealots across the map to force out Zerglings. And that was kind of a different idea. I think before that, a lot of players would imagine it like you would expand, and then you'd have to turtle and power up. And Bisu was able to immediately flip that and create these aggressive situations. And the tech we're going to see here, which it's pretty commonplace now, but it was kind of a crazy idea back then, was Corsairs, Zealots charging into the Zerg. And then DTs, of course, after that. So a lot of players would look at a Zerg having lots of overlords and assume, well, DTs just aren't going to be viable because there's detectors everywhere. And Bisu kind of turned that on his head. By the way, you see the double... Well, I'll go back a second here. Let me see if I can... Oops, I just barely missed it. The double gate wall here. So again, you would never have to wall like this in a modern map, but... you know, Savior and this, even for him, this idea is kind of new, right? So the idea of doing a Hydra bust or a Ling all-in wasn't the obvious choice. But yeah, what Bisu would do is he would send these Corsairs out, mow down the Overlords, use the Zealots to kill the Hydras so the Hydras can't protect the Overlords, and crush. And a lot of times this would cause a early mid-game supply lock for the Zerg, which could snowball and did snowball a lot. The idea before for the Zerg was like, if a Corsair comes out, you just keep all your Hydras around your few Overlords and play defensive. And what was a strength, Bisu basically turned into a weakness by surrounding and killing the Hydras and then murdering all of the Overlords there and then locking them out. Now, in this game, Savior goes for Mutalisks, which is, I think, another, and even to this day, we still see this as one of the plays you can go for. The idea at this time was to use the 2 Scourge to kill the first Corsair and try to snowball the fight from there. But you could see Bisu responds with the 3 cannons, which is more than enough. A Dragoon in the main, that's very deliberate, not just to get rid of the Overlord that would scout you, but also to aid the Corsairs. It's just an extra body that the Mutalisks have to fight. And so we've seen now, I mean, we know the Ogres are a gamer joke from ASL, but I mean, it is a good approach to the mass Corsairs. You double down on mutas and try to overpower them. That was not a common idea then. I don't know, to be honest with you, I don't remember how this game pans out. But that was not as common of an approach. And you could see +1 is coming along here for the Corsairs. That's going to finish around the same time as the +1 attack. That's the timing. And he's going to continue to accumulate Corsairs here. And so we're going to see this bust come in here pretty quickly. And when you get this many Corsairs, the Mutas, I mean, they have a big problem, right? Now, again, the Archon, the Zealots, the Corsairs, and the attack that's going to come out here, this is common now. This was kind of revolutionary at the time. So you can see immediately he's starting to target those Overlords. And a DT's coming out. Now, in this, at this time, a third base here would seem to be a little bit early. Normally, you'd have a timing attack for this, but he's going to be taking his third. Oh, he actually finds the DT here. Yeah, gets the kill on that. This map, by the way, is also very different in that there's this small little mineral set of minerals that you can, it's like units can only get through their single file. Like we're going to see here with these Zealots. Now you can see Bisu just doesn't stop making Corsairs. And this is kind of a crazy thing. Now Zerg also doesn't have any lurkers out yet. And you can see suddenly there's just critical mass. He's killing the Overlords. The Zealots are coming in. Here come those lurkers now. The Mutas come in to try to fight. We know how that's going to end. And that third base is going to finish up. Now imagine being a Zerg and dealing with this. You're completely... The whole game has been flipped on its head. Suddenly you're not safe. Hydras that are supposed to be defending these Overlords are now being punished by the Zerglings. Crazy audience, by the way. You've got lurkers, but the Zealots, they're kind of like vultures now. They just kind of run away and go somewhere else and start to kill workers. And you can see Savior's starting to lose control of this game. A lot of big pushes back then were more hinged on like trying to kill off the hatchery or win a fight and dominated a base. And this is a very different approach, kind of these little paper cuts everywhere. Now, because he's killed off all these DTs, or sorry, he's killed off all these Overlords, the DTs can come in and start to do a ton of damage. So the aftermath of losing the Overlords is there. Now, what's funny is Bisu is way better at this now. This is almost a sloppy game by comparison to what we see him do in a lot of ASLs, but this was crazy at the time. And this was in a period where Savior just seemed to be making Zerg look like the best race there was. And so, yeah, nobody had thought of this as a weakness for the Zerg. Just kill all their Overlords. Then go DTs. Traditionally, it was a lot more about getting Psystorm, and it always still is on some level. Zealots, Dragoons, Observers, Psystorm, and trying to move out like that. And he really showed that there were these real tactical openings where you could come in and really punish. And suddenly, you know, after the Zerg has been caught up trying to keep his Overlords alive and safe, a lot of times they get bunched together. That's when the DTs can really do so much damage. And I think I got to be ready to turn the volume off here in a second because I think music plays again. But yeah, I mean, this is a loss at this point in time. 4 DTs have killed off the main. Even Hydras are now being 2-hit. He could probably go for the Spire in a second. GG, there it is. So that was crazy. Crazy stuff. I remember watching these games with my brother in the bedroom we shared together. And it was hype, man. It was very cool to see. And, you know, it's moments like this. By the way, Golem TV sponsor. This is before Golem TV was making leagues. They were sponsoring stuff back then. And then eventually they got the idea to start making their own leagues on their player. That's the Starcraft job I got when I was in Korea. Apologies again about the god-awful quality of this video. I'll try to find videos with better quality. I couldn't find this one in higher resolution, but I thought it was a worthwhile video to share with you guys. Please like and subscribe. Let me know what you thought about that game in the comments. If you have any memories you want to share with me on that, or any games you want me to review or talk about on this channel, and go to tastelessthreads.com where you can find my merch. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye. That video quality is bad, chat. Woo. Power outage game. Can you send it to me on Discord or Twitch, Sky? We're doing a Slayer's Boxer video next, guys. Today, we're going to be reviewing a very old StarCraft game. This is from 2003. This is Slayer's Boxer versus Joyo. This is the MyCube OSL. I'll put it on screen now. This was one of the craziest games. Its volume's muted, by the way, because I do not want to get copyright struck here. By the way, just real quick, if you look at the audience and the way this is set up, this should show you how old of a game this is. Pro gamers would never play under this kind of setup here. There's quite a bit of downtime here. So I'm going to talk a little bit at the start. We're probably going to fast forward to the actual VOD itself. By the way, this caster in the middle, this is the OG StarCraft caster. I actually got to sit next to him on a bus at the first WCG I did in China. Really friendly guy, now casting League of Legends. They do some... Let me just scoot a little bit further ahead here. There was a lot of downtime in the early days for these... Kind of like a lot of time with the pre-show because we're never sure how long or short the games are going to be. Keep in mind, this was all on cable. So they you know, you have to try to have the 24-hour content cycle up. It's a very different ecosystem nowadays. But yeah, see how the audience is kind of ringed around the players? That doesn't fly anymore. Now the players are much more removed. You know, you can have people with flash photography, or you hear people talking behind you. So these are the early days. It's kind of cool to see fans up close, and it's also fun to see how hype everybody is about this. This was really when the explosion had already happened of StarCraft on TV in Korea. And this is Slayer's Boxer over here, who was a legend. He was one of the first guys that really was able to do harass and micro in a way that was so stunning that a lot of players would just fall flat. I think now we've all seen so many games where players are getting, you know, Reaver dropped or vultures are in their base, and and people are used to dealing with it. But he was the first guy that was basically able to get a drop ship, 2 tanks or vultures, harass you, and he was always producing on his side of the map. He's also the guy that I think made the bunker rush famous. We've had many games of him versus Yellow, one of which I talked about on this channel. You can also see the outfits back then for pros were looking very different. As I think, you know, esports was still kind of finding its place. We're going to scoot a little bit ahead. Joyo was a good Protoss player. Obviously, he's not someone who's active or really around, you know, today, but this was a very cool match. We're going to go and take a look at the map here. So this is the map Paradox. Immediately, you'll notice this is an island map, and there's only 4 other bases besides the 2 starting locations. So you got to remember that, you know, they were still learning what kind of maps to make. The intros, what we're looking at here, this is one of the things I think that sold this is very cool. By the way, that was Elky back there. Hold on, go back a second. I didn't even notice he was going to be in this. Boxer, Elky on the right. There's Reach on the left. But these intros, I think, really sold StarCraft as a cool thing. And there's actually, if you go on YouTube, you can look through all of the Star League videos and how crazy they were, and really ahead of their time. So I think we're going to be ready to hop into this match here. No, just a little bit more downtime. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, this is on an island map. Island maps eventually were axed from the competitive circuit. This is a TVP, so it's less impacted as far as balance goes with island maps. The big issue for an island map is that, by the way, look at these minerals. This is insane. I'll talk about that more in a second. But the main issue for island maps is that Zerg can't get a second base. We all know Zerg can't function off of a second base, and they also eventually need to get a third base. So Zergs would just lose more often, a lot more often. This is another cool thing they were doing, even back then, with esports, was using a telestrator. So TVP, this is not as much of an issue. The observer, or whoever's telestrating here, is basically showing that you can land on these small islands over here. We see a little bit less of these features on maps now because they're so abused by tanks. Although the ideas are pretty cool. It just turned out, when you have siege tanks in siege mode, it's devastating. Even the main platform that's not connected to any expansion, you can put siege tanks up in shell areas over there. Now, in case you're wondering, in the modern era, did they try to fix island maps or make them better? We did have the map Sparkle. That had 2 bases on it, and that turned out to be way too strong for Zerg and terrible for Terran and Protoss. So... and then in the meantime, they had what we'd call semi-island maps where you started out on an island, but everywhere else on the map was connected by land. I think those made for some very fun games. And honestly, with all the new RTSs that we have coming out, I'm going to turn this volume on here, by the way, just to get... How's that volume, chat? Can you kind of hear that? So... you can barely hear it. I'll turn up a little bit. I don't want it to overpower me. I think with these new RTSs coming out, they should have some island maps out there. I think that island maps allow us to understand the game in new ways, find out if it's balanced or fair. Who knows? With some of these new RTS games, maybe all the maps should be island maps. I don't know. But I think if had they not messed with maps like this, we would not have gotten to see how the game functions and appreciate it. Another big feature here is that there are 2 gases, almost like a Starcraft 2 map. And there's way more minerals. So even back then, they kind of had an idea that you're going to have more resources. Now, remember, Brood War came out 1999. So, even though this is early StarCraft, we were very familiar with all the Brood War units like Corsairs. Corsairs really not used in island maps in the early days in this matchup, although we did see them in some of the experimental island maps we used later on in ASL, so I don't know what the true proper island map meta is. But yeah, this was an exciting time. People were really hype about StarCraft. It was continuing to grow. I believe at this point in time they had a second TV station up. So there was On GameNet, then there was NBC Games. You got to remember, too, back then, the Koreans really understood how to put games on TV. This was around the same time that G4 was on in America. And if you look at G4, it was like, I guess, game adjacent. They were not very interested in putting a lot of just putting the game on TV and letting it speak for itself. When I did a lot of the early stuff in my career, especially with Korea, especially with European or American production companies, they were always a little bit weirded out by just having the game on that people are going to watch it for. It's like they felt like they had to either add more or bring, I guess what they'd say, more personality to it. When in reality, I think, and we all know this to be true now with Twitch, people were fine just watching 2 good players play the game. I remember being a kid and watching stuff like this and thinking, why are they not putting this on G4? Why is this not being put on TV? This is so good. And every kid from school that I would show this to would be blown away and think this is the coolest thing ever. And it really does show you how game entertainment was just very out of touch with the people that played games at the time. So back at this point in time, it was believed maybe Protoss is the strongest on island maps overall. This was not a common island map either, by the way. The most common island map, if I remember correctly, was a map called Dire Straits. And that was like a map with just a ton of islands. You were like basically sitting in a big body of water. And that made for some interesting games. I have a lot of fond memories of playing on that. But, eventually these all got kind of phased out as players would complain, especially when you have money on the line. You know, if you're like spending your entire life at that point in time trying to make a living and you have to pick a specific race and then you get boned because of a map, it's pretty rough. But TVP, this is a very doable matchup on both sides. Goliath's become extremely strong, especially because of the missile range upgrade. By the way, Brood War feature, the Goliath range upgrade, that was not there in Starcraft original. Oh, Maddox says this is maybe the first full island map for OSL. I think you might be right. So Goliaths, with their range, can gun down shuttles almost immediately. Keep in mind, dropships are very fast by default. Protoss can upgrade their shuttles to be fast. But the other issue is that Reavers and Dragoons on the ground are basically better at fighting than Goliaths are. Goliaths are really, you only want to get them to shoot down shuttles or kill carriers. In a perfect world, if Protoss couldn't make air units, you just make tanks and vultures. But this is the dilemma here for Terran when they're on an island map. One other thing to note was that we never really had people playing under this type of pressure in games before. And in my own experience, just meeting pros from the very early days, it did seem like you had to be like the extremely confident players who were well adjusted seemed to do very well in these environments. Super nerdy or super shy people did not seem to thrive in these atmospheres. These were also a lot of personalities that were very telegenic. So good in interviews, funny, confident. So on this map, there's only 4 expansions. There's 2 north of where the Terran is and 2 south of where the Protoss is. And island games, funnily enough, were not that action-packed at high levels to start. I think in part because, if you lost, if you tried to drop and you got killed, I mean, you would just you'd lose control of the game so quickly. So what we see in this game is a much more kind of macro development-focused game here. But funnily enough, I mean, this is just not a lot of bases for any map. Like, if you think of all the StarCraft 1 games you've ever followed in any kind of serious competitive format, a total of 6 mineable bases and really only 4 possible locations to expand to is pretty small. Another thing this map also does not have that we usually see on maps with limited expansions is some kind of a shared location in the middle to fight over. The center of this map is a big, vacant, empty platform. Now, that's neither good or bad, by the way. It's just something to point out. And so we're seeing both sides here expand. Even though Terran can lift a command center and float it somewhere quickly, realistically, Terran expand a little bit slower than Protoss on island maps. And it looks like now we're going to have the first big drop come in here. So, just for my own personal enjoyment, guys, I don't pre-watch these games. I just find it more fun to kind of experience it with you guys as we go through it. Look at the number of cannons, by the way, at Joyo's base. He's very aware that all he has to do is stop a Goliath drop. Now, again, like we said earlier, Goliaths, they're great against carriers. They're great against shuttles. They're not amazing against Zealot Dragoon. Zealot Dragoon are just better at fighting. I'd also be curious. I don't. Excuse me, guys. I'm dying over here. I'd be curious to see what the soundproofing was like on these headsets. It feels like, just looking from the player's perspective, there's probably a lot of distractions. The PCs are kind of pointed at the audience with people behind them. Monitors were more reflective back then. So it was like a very different time. There was a period where they tried to build soundproof booths, and I think those kind of worked. I got to sit in a couple of those when I was working at events. But now they just pump what's called brown noise or white noise or pink noise into the headset. And then they have this kind of this noise-canceling headset you put on top of that. I did have the experience of actually playing with one of those at Tasteless LAN Party 2 versus Scarlet. And it is you can't hear anything. You have no idea what the casters are saying. So unsurprisingly, Protoss is going to tech into carriers. This is one of the things that was even obvious in a game as complicated as Starcraft all the way back in the early years, was if you get enough carriers, it's very hard to lose the game. And so, yeah, I mean, it's kind of amazing to me how slow this is. We've had basically no interaction so far. But a lot of the good players back at this point in time, too, were people that kind of understood the concept of macro. Just trying to get more bases up. If you go back and look at a video I did of basically the first televised match, or one of them, which was Hot Forever, HOT Forever versus XDS Gur, or Guillaume Patry, you can see that, like, it was a lot less about expanding and more about winning these skirmishes, like rushing your opponent, trying to attack into a certain area. And this is really where the game does look very different. And so you have a lot of the, the casting and the commentary here talking about players developing and growing on the map. And Slayer's Boxer, by the way, has outproduced here. I believe it's an eBay at the lower right. There's some red blip on the map that's blocking vision. And I think we're going to see this drop in here now. So this is just an absurd number of Goliaths. And no matter how you cut it, they get that high. It's crazy. I don't know if Psystorm is done yet. Okay, it is. I was going to say, Psystorm is probably the easiest way to beat Goliaths, or at least to soften them up. But you can see that due to the patience here by Slayer's Boxer, he just has so much more here to drop. Why no tanks, you're asking? I mean, he could have tanks, right? But I don't know. I think the idea at the time was he just wanted to have enough that he could shoot down shuttles and Goliaths. So that entire number of Goliaths was actually defeated. It looked to me, to be totally honest, guys, I thought the game was like about to end. I thought maybe I picked the wrong game to show you guys. So yeah, he loses everything. So definitely a blunder there by Slayer's Boxer. The carrier count is accumulating. It's getting higher. I'm fairly confident that most of those dropships are empty. Yeah, it looks like they are. I thought this base was actually taken a little bit sooner, but I guess not. So we're up to 4 carriers. Now, 4 carriers generally is where they start to actually become a threat. 1 or 2 carriers almost doesn't do anything. It's actually kind of hilarious. And this is 4 carriers on 2 bases. Now, that's great, but the problem is that 4 carriers you can't really attack with, and Slayer's Boxer's got a 3rd base. So we can see Slayer's Boxer is now filling up the middle of the map with the Goliaths. Now, again, this center part of the map is not connected anywhere. And now we're going to see why Goliaths are popular on these island maps, is because you can just gun down shuttles so quickly. These dropships are bugging. He's clicked unload all in one location, which bugs them and makes them a lot harder to actually get out. How does Yamato cannon battle cruisers hold up versus carriers? Not good. To get battle cruisers, you'd be so behind from when they would have their carriers that it's almost like, it's just like not even a thing. At least in like modern theory, right? Now here we see the issue that you're going to run into with carriers on the high ground over here. These bases are extremely punishable. Here comes a big Goliath drop. He's actually targeting the drop ships over here. And the thing with carriers is you can kind of just go wherever the Goliaths are not, right? And every time the Goliaths have to relocate, they have to load into a drop ship. So, like, they're at risk of the drop ship just being shot down and everything inside dies. Now, again, keep in mind that there is no third base for Protoss yet. You start out with a lot of minerals in your main. I think the expansions have a decent amount of minerals there too, but you do mine out. I don't remember what the how do I say this? What the default for a mineral at a base was back then. This is all standardized now. I don't even know what the default for a mineral at a base, like your main or your natural, is now. But I don't imagine it's the same then as it was now. But you could see 1500 Maddox, very good. Thank you, Maddox. So things are starting to mine out. We're a ways away, but it's getting there. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I watch these games, I want to get into Time Machine so badly and beat both these players, because I now have like 2+ decades of experience. But but it's worth pointing out, like, these guys are so good right now. By the way, is there no gas at the second base? I think I might have just noticed this. So immediately it's clear some of the problems Terrans are going to run into, especially with Math's Goliath. When you have Dragoons on the high ground like this, you'll see that a lot of maps don't allow for positions where a ledge can just be abused like this, but almost all the maps had something like that. I think map makers back then had a great idea, and that, like, oh, strategically you could put a tank or a Dragoon up here, and then they'd have to fight and protect that. Yeah, except that when you get really good players, that's all that happens. And it becomes really difficult to ever hold a base. One of your favorite things about Brood War VODs was the energy of the casters. Never saw anything like that before in video games. Yeah, they were hype, man. I remember when I first got my job at GOM TV, I did everything in my power to try to be as hype as possible, so they would at least think I sounded like a Korean caster. Try to bring that energy level. By the way, I don't think we've shown it on screen here, but the bottom right base has been taken here. It's been captured by Choyo. Yeah, my vocal cords are getting blown out there. I took voice lessons, and now I don't lose my voice anymore, but that was a problem. It didn't really matter when I was doing StarCraft 1 in my early casting days, because, like, I only casted once a week. And so, you know, a week you can recover. But then when StarCraft 2 came out, I started to really blow my vocals out everywhere because I was casting all the time. That's when I had to figure out how to properly project my voice. Yeah, like singing lessons, chat. I'm sorry, this is such a blurry mini-map. I thought that there was actually a full-on base here. There's not. So keep in mind that with carriers, if the interceptors take damage and they fly back in the carrier, they get full health. So the only way you're going to win fighting the interceptors is if you're killing them. And really what we're seeing here is carriers not dying. Maybe one or two were shot down here or there. And an infinite number of Goliaths are being picked off. Like, it's kind of crazy. So this is looking really bad. I mean, we've basically been watching Terran lose from this perspective for a long time. SCVs killed. Goliaths drop ships down. And now it looks like we're going to see the first attempt to move into the Terran's turf. Has Riot ever offered me a job? I feel like Nartosis from those. I was offered a job several times for League of Legends here, but I just don't really. I don't know. League of Legends is not my cup of tea. It's a good game. And then I did do Valorant here for a little bit, but I'm not doing Valorant this year. I'm going to be focusing on the YouTube, the Twitch, and then the new RTS games that are coming out. Yeah, I might have I casted a few League of Legends games, but it was never like a, you know, a long-term thing. By the way, for all the losses that Joyo is, for all the losses Slayer's Boxer is suffering here, I would imagine that Slayer's Boxer has produced more than double the workers that Joyo has in this game, which you can't really tell in this. And so, even though it looks like Joyo's dominating, he probably just doesn't have the kind of economy. If you look at like how many SCVs are just kind of everywhere, it's kind of crazy. By the way, that is a, what is that called? A covert ops lab? I don't even know the name of that building, guys. That's for ghosts. I don't even know what that thing looks like. So this was definitely still in the time when ghosts were like being tinkered with. Did I ever do any Age of Empires? No, I got a lot of respect for it, but you know, I'm in Seoul, right? So this is kind of Starcraft territory. So yeah, lockdown was still an idea that people were, you know, experimenting with. We now know that lockdown basically isn't that good. Maybe we'll see it again in some capacity. Just like we've seen ghosts with nuke occasionally used, like against Zerg. But yeah, just turns out it's not that viable. But to this day, you'll still have newbies ask you, you know, what about ghosts? What about lockdown? All that stuff. So at this point in time, Joyo is inside the main base. And it really is starting to look like a slow death here. Slayer's Boxer does do a pretty good dive, by the way. Moving shot there, gets those carriers. So that's pretty huge. The problem, just like, it's true on this map, but it's true on any map, is that Goliaths will always die to carrier plus Dragoon Zealot. Yeah, Maddox, if you want to send me that game, we can review that on the channel as well. So look, the main and the natural are mined out. There are what looks like 8 SCVs mining at the third base. Protoss is on 3 bases. Keep in mind the third base was taken late here for Joyo, which means that there's a lot of minerals to mine from it. How do Wraiths do in this game? So you can go for Wraiths versus carriers if you can surprise them. And if you get cloak and shoot down their observer. So, same thing over here for Joyo. Main and the natural are mined out. The carriers have been, the count has been thinned out. I think it might there might not be any carriers on the map right now. Yeah, there's like 6 SCVs mining minerals. That's crazy. So Joyo is now going to try to bombard this island base over here. I can't even believe this game goes on any longer. How is this possible? This is the last base on the map. Terran has. Now, there were a lot of probes transferred to this base over here. That's really important to note. And remember that both sides mine out their main and their natural. I guess you have like these few extra minerals over here. So the question that we actually can't answer right now in any specific way is how many minerals are in the bank for both sides? It doesn't look like Joyo has a lot, right? I think if he did, he'd be making carriers, and he's not. How many does Slayer's Boxer have? I don't see his factories lighting up. And then how many shuttles are actually on the map? And now we're getting to what I think is a really interesting position. And this is kind of where island games become very special. Because it's hard to be fluid on the map, right? Obviously, Terran can float a command center. Protoss is mining again, but it seems like the bulk of the army is in the middle. And again, this center part of the map, it's kind of like isolated. You can't get to any expansion from this. You can use Dragoons to hit the high ground to the low ground there. And of course, Arbiters have recall. I don't know if recall is available in this game, by the way. You got to keep in mind that, like, when the first couple big recalls happen, okay, here we go. It does happen. I wasn't sure if we were going to see it or not. So, I mean, the Psystorm here on the SCVs. By the way, in case you're, like, looking at this and thinking, why doesn't he leave? People didn't leave that quickly back then. That became kind of an etiquette thing. I think also with what we know now, you kind of know immediately when you're dead. Some players would sit there and try to, you know, digest the loss. Let the frustration pass through them. So, again, this is Joyo dominating Slayer's Boxer. He's still now mining from that base. He has been for a while. So this is a lot of vultures. Enough vultures that you can even kill a Dragoon if you want. I am actually so confused how this game goes on for any longer. I'm glad I didn't watch this game ahead of time. I'm looking at this and I'm like, what are we even doing in this game anymore? So he's unloaded more vultures over here. Now, keep in mind, a lot of what Protoss had was just zealots. Oh my god, the cannon's going to barely not kill that Goliath. So it looks like he has two carriers. I think that's two stacked on top of each other. And this game is gotten down to a crawl, by the way. So there's still a couple of those minerals in the main. I'm sure we've all had that experience when we're playing a game and we think we're screwed and we're like, oh, there's like one or two patches over at a base that I stopped mining from, but they're still there. I can try that. Now, again, all the workers were killed there. How many workers does the Protoss actually have? Psystorm's being used here, but now, oh, and shuttle goes down. Thank you, IKEA, for the sub. Appreciate it, man. So it's easy to forget, but an Arbiter actually does attack. It attacks at the same speed as a probe. It's the same damage, too. 5 damage. Actually, I think a probe might even attack a little bit faster. And so suddenly we're in a situation where Joyo may have been a little bit too cavalier with the few remaining units that he had. And suddenly we're in a situation where it's like, wait a minute, it seems like he might just barely have enough. Now Joyo doesn't have any resources. And again, Terran can float their buildings. I wonder where this studio is at, by the way. I actually don't know. I didn't get to Korea until 2008, so that was 5 years after this game was played. This was in Gangnam? Now remember, interceptors cost money. So if you lose a couple of those, this is where... Crying women in the audience. That's when you know your esport is doing very well. I see that in Valorant now. Last year when I was doing Valorant, the whole audience is female. This is production remembering that they have an in-game thing they can capture. We got to use that before this game ends. No, I'm not joking, Drip King. A lot of the biggest esports, when they're doing the best, the audience becomes female, all female. So now he's lost the final carrier, and I think that's actually the game. This is such a crazy, dramatic moment. You could see on Joyo's face the frustration. He has no more resources. He's got a bunch of probes. He has no way to return minerals unless he were to land that somewhere, soak up the resources, and go back. And really, this was him being too loose and free with his units, and that's going to be it. I'm going to mute the volume because I think music is going to come on here and play. And these were the kind of moments on TV that were created that built all this hype around the game. Honestly, what we just saw there was better TV than most of the stuff you could ever find on TV back then or now. And these are crazy stories that were being told. How could you not be a fan of a game of that? Great TV. Audience going nuts. Soon pros will say, please never put me in a setting like this. Get me somewhere on a stage where I do not have a million people behind me. But yeah, crazy comeback. Props to Slayer's Boxer, inspiring a whole generation to play Starcraft. Very cool. And that's one of the biggest comebacks of any Brood War game from that era. And you could still see some of the ideas at use today. Arbiters, Storm against Terran, carriers, all that. Mass Goliath being used. You know, the mech style was clearly there. We knew back then how to play against Protoss players. And now we just have a much more refined set of pro games here in the modern era with ASL. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed that little foray into some StarCraft history. Let me know what you thought about that game in the comments. If you have a game you'd like me to review on my channel, please let me know. Go to tastelessthreads.com. We got a bunch of cool merch over there. I'm sure you'll find something that you like. Have a good one, and I hope to see you in a future video. Bye-bye. Okay. One second. I think that's going to do it, guys. How many did I do? Videos? Did I do 3 videos there? Should we do one more? Should we do a Jadong Stork game? Okay, today we're going to be doing another classic StarCraft game. This is Stork versus Jadong. This was from the Shinhan 2010 Winners League. And this is a cool one because we get to actually see, I think, Stork in his prime. Stork is still a player who qualifies for the ASL. But he doesn't do anywhere near as well as he used to. Like, he's generally regarded as like one of the 4 greatest players in StarCraft, right up there with Jaedong, who's also in this game, by the way. But yeah, he's not a guy that's like winning ASLs or getting to the finals. It's always exciting to see what he's going to try to pull off. This was right before StarCraft 2 came out. This may have been, I think the StarCraft 2 beta may have been out, because I feel like I don't remember this game specifically, and I was pretty much following all the Brood War matches up until I was just doing nothing but playing StarCraft 2 and trying to secure some kind of a show with Artosis, which we all know that how that turned out with GSL. And so a little bit about these 2 players. Jaedong, you know, he was a player that he was good pretty early on, right out of the gate, you know, a legend killer. He was somebody who I think had a lot of charisma and was able to sell himself as a kind of cool, he had like a kind of cool X factor. Very good in interviews, very charismatic. Also had this really inspirational play, very aggressive, very determined when he was in his games. This was around the era when Mutamicro became insane. If you look at the old days of Mutalisk Micro or lack of Mutalisk Micro, they just, when you see the Mutas ping-ponging back and forth and attacking, it changed the whole matchup. It changed it for Terran, it changed it for Protoss, it definitely changed ZVZ. And this was, you know, Jaedong was basically the Zerg. He also broke ZVZ in a period where, you know, people looking at ZVZ from the outside thought it was a bit of a rock, paper, scissors matchup. He had an insane win rate. And here he's going up against Stork. Now, Stork, I think, doesn't, in some ways, get the appreciation or credit he deserves. He was really an optimizer. He was a guy that was able to take build orders and make them like 15 to 20% better. And a lot of the builds he does are just kind of commonplace now. Also, not exactly a super fast pro gamer compared to some of these other guys. Compared to somebody like Jaedong, as an example, or Bisu. Bisu's like a crazy fast Protoss. Stork was a little bit of a slower player. But one thing about Stork is he was very often able to get an upper hand in a lot of his games. And I think out of all the players that we had back then, he was very good at intuiting a response. In usually these pretty technical games where a lot of other players would, you know, lose their footing and not know what to do. So this map is called Match Point, if my memory serves me correctly. This is a fun map. I would not mind. Hey, Artosis, thank you for the raid, guys. We're doing a little bit of StarCraft history here. Thank you for the sub earlier, Try. This is a map I wouldn't mind seeing, you know, maybe even thrown into the ladder or a newer version of this map here. But this was around when StarCraft maps started to get pretty damn good. This is also during a period of time when Artosis and I were both in Korea. So that was a lot of fun. We were both broke. Artosis was working at, what was it called? IEG? Was that the name of it? A company that would buy the rights to StarCraft and then try to resell them, the old StarCraft broadcasts. And then I was at a company called Arirang TV doing voiceovers and casting old games of Warcraft 3 and StarCraft. But you can see now, and you'll notice this if you go into the other older videos that I have here on the YouTube channel, this was when Fast Expand was a norm. And Protosses knew how to do it, and they were good at it. And it really was no longer a question of, like, do you or don't you Fast Expand? So, Stork was essential in the kind of Fast Expand meta. Just like he had optimized a whole bunch of great builds in PvP and PvT. A lot of his builds to this day in PvP are still used. He was very important in helping Protosses understand how to do PvZ. Unsurprisingly, by the way, Jaedong gets Lings over here inside the main. This is a nightmare, by the way. If you've ever had a game where you Fast Expand and then there's Zerglings with speed running around, it's so annoying. You can lose so many workers. And so with the refined version of Fast Expand, it is, in a lot of ways, looking identical to what we see now. but you basically always get a Stargate after you fast expand, and you need to use the Corsair to scout. And you want to be ready to hold this. Now, in this version of the build, Stork gets a Dragoon. That is not as common now, although I have seen some builds where players still do this, but back then it was the norm. Oh, you want me to put sound? I'm sorry, chat. That's better. My bad, guys. I always mute it at the start because sometimes they have music playing that YouTube will punish me for if I have it on the channel. So, a little subtle thing back there. See the Citadel in the back? Zerglings can fit behind that if it's on the left side of the map. So you got to be really careful with your placement to not let them do that, because your Zealots can't fit back there, but the Zerglings can. So now the Zerglings have like a back door to get around. Couple things to note in this game. You would not have gotten 2 cannons as quickly here in a build order like this. Thank you, Sloopner. Appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back. And so the idea was basically you get a Corsair, you scout, and you need to figure out what kind of game you're playing here. I remember being a player. I'm going to turn this down just slightly. How is this volume, guys? Is this okay? I remember being a player that was so used to the early one-base stuff and a lot of the other ideas in PvZ. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready to try to learn how to fast expand PvZ. You spend so much time having a certain way to approach the game that then when everything would change, you'd think, oh man, maybe I could just make my old style work. So in this game, he's got the Corsair. He's scouting around. And you can see, even back then, the game was very, very... It looks modern, right? When you're watching this. If you were to tune in right now and someone were to tell you this is an ASL Season 17 game, you might be like, oh, yeah, okay. Including the players that are playing, right? Stork and Jaedong. So at the time, I mean, these were like the 2 greatest players you could have duking it out. We have seen a shift in who is truly on top in the modern era. You know, we have, like, for Protoss, I'd say Mini and Snow kind of take the cake, although Bisu's still, you know, he's still up there. With Terrans, you've got Rush, JYJ. Light, of course, is always considered good. We'll see when, you know, if and when Flash comes back. And even with the Zergs, although Jaedong's been a threat, you know, you really have more Queen, Soma, Sulky, players like that. But you can see the play styles that are being used here are extremely similar to what we see in ASL. And so just like the earlier video we looked at where Bisu was starting to use DTs to come in here, DTs were very commonly used in the fast expand builds. But you can see in this game, this was not a commitment to Corsairs from Stork. And so that's a pretty big difference. Bisu would have been making Corsairs the whole time and trying to fight head on. On the other hand, you know, this is a different approach. You see the Scourge, but you don't try to get up to what now we see almost always 5 Corsairs from the Protoss to try to match this. So watching Jaedong, you can see why this guy's hard to play against. He's really good with his control. He killed off a bunch of probes inside the main. He's denied the expansion there already by maybe 30, 40 seconds. And Lurker Hydra is also a mainline play now, like we've seen before. Now here's a funny thing. We wouldn't see players attack right now. Also, if you haven't noticed, players took a third base earlier back then. I remember also doing that. It always felt like a weird time when you get the third base or when you don't in PvZ. I know that Mini in a lot of today's modern games takes a third base at kind of a weird time. But it seemed like a lot of times you had to move out and at least check if they had lurkers are not. If you look at a lot of the really modern games now, the reason why this attack would never work is that the Hydras would just run around and shoot the Templars from a side, and then you just lose the fight as Protoss. Now, this is one thing that does, I think, distinguish this game from a lot of the older games that we have. Or a lot of newer games, excuse me, compared to the older games, is that you would still see fights like this where one side would just lose their whole army and the game would continue to go on. It does seem like now things are a lot more calculated. Like the odds, if you lost an army like that, the odds of a counterattack then wiping out your third base would just be really, really high. Or the Zerg would just take too much of the map. But again, people were much better back then. Compared to like a lot of our earlier VODs from like 2003 or 2006 and 7. Now, this was all on after the match-fixing scandal. A lot of people were very worried that the match-fixing scandal in StarCraft 1 would have just completely wiped this out. No. I misspoke, Kevin, if that's what I said. They were better than when you looked at games years ago. This is 2010. So we looked at some other games on the YouTube channel like 2007, 2003, and before that. But here you can see how modern the play looks. Like we're used to seeing speed overlords with Hydras and Lurkers. The Protoss is developing quickly. Now, anybody who tells you that the players were better in like a previous time, then they're just wrong. They just don't know what they're looking at. This is another moment. Features like this wouldn't be as common on maps now. Just like some way to punish a player who's expanding there. But look, you see this kind of healthy mix, about 10 Dragoons, Zealots, Templars coming out. This is something we see a lot of. By the way, everybody had longer hair back then in Korea. Emo days. There was a period in Korea where everybody just had kind of long hair, a lot of hair over the ears, long sideburns that came down. That does not appear to be as common today. So now we're seeing Stork push out on the map. Notice the Lurkers are going to abandon the contain. Not counterattack either, by the way. And honestly, when you look at Zergs like Jaedong playing, like, he was so scary. Look at how good his control is. He knows to immediately snipe the Observer. He knows to really mobilize his Lurkers. He's always able to make these fights where he doesn't have a whole lot and eke out way more damage. Where are the new players that can compete with the pros? Oh, hold on a second. Hold position Lurker. There was another thing that we just did not have. I don't remember when exactly hold position Lurkers was figured out. It was fairly early on, though. It was originally stop Lurkers, so you'd grab your Lurkers and spam S, and then somebody figured out a way to just permanently make them not attack until you told them to. So to answer your question about younger players coming to Brood War, there are like collegiate leagues and stuff like that. So I would imagine we'll see some new players come up. But we'll have to see. You know, the game is still very popular in Korea. So, you know, you just need enough new players to kind of come up and pick it up. You can press F or G to stop the auto attack. I think you have to grab an Overlord in a control group and hit hold position. And it bugs it so it won't attack. Will I be playing today, John Klein? Yes, I will be. So you can see this is a map that's a little bit better. There's enough bases to take. Some expansions are more easy to turtle than others. And it's making for just a better game overall. Even back then, good players knew you probably don't want more than 4 Templars, maybe 5. No map better balance Lost Temple. Lost Temple was brutal, man. I remember being afraid to not play on Lost Temple, but Lost Temple was way too strong for Terran. So that, I think, was the first major blunder by Jaedong, was to try to take a fight in the middle of the map. I think Zergs nowadays know better to turtle. There is a point in the game where the Protoss basically has the muscle and gets to roam the map. It's them kind of playing keep away and hiding and defending. But there is a moment where it really does ramp up.
지키지 못했습니다. 한번 다시 더 넥서스를 소환해야 되고요. 이재동은 주성에 다시 병력을 쓰지 않고 있습니다. 저걸링만 여러분 자원 조절하면서 상대편 주착에 아픈 데만 긁고 있어요.
So here's the dilemma for the Protoss. Once Defilers come out and there's Plague, it's really hard to deal with. This meta is still a thing in the game, by the way. If you look at like a graph of all the games the Protoss win, they're more likely to lose at the early part of the game at the very, very end of the game. So they're going to lose to some cheese, like a Hydra bust, a Ling bust, Muta attack or something that throws them off. Or they're going to lose to Cracklings and Defilers. When do they win? They win with a push. But we're kind of at a point in time in this game where a push isn't really possible. One thing that I think is a fair, legitimate critique of this map is there isn't really an easy spot to push. Maybe other than like the Zerg's 3rd or something. And so what Jaedong's able to do is get these really powerful footholds here. Defilers are better against Terran or Protoss. Well, they're good against both. I mean, the Plague, what you hate is Protoss is Plague, and then Dark Swarm, you know, when you have your base that's covered in cannons and Zerglings get in, you can lose the whole base because of that. Plague and Dark Swarm are obviously devastating for Terran. It kind of operates a little bit differently. A good Plague or Dark Swarm can immediately turn a game on its head, PvT. A couple Plagues over time are going to melt the Protoss. And you can see, Jaedong is so tactically good. I wonder, it just seems like people are so much better at defending nowadays that sometimes Jaedong can't find the same kind of openings he used to get back then. This is another interesting move by him to dive on the Nexus. Does he actually get it? No. I thought the bar was red at the bottom. That's just a Zerg blood down there. This is a smart move. Honestly, the games are just very good at this point in time. I like this idea, by the way. Just running down here with the Zealots, killing the spawning pool, trying to get the Defiler mound. So this is Jaedong and Stork going head-to-head. They're both in this funny position where one player's expanded to 12, adjacent to the Zerg's main. The Zerg expanded to 6, adjacent to the Protoss's main, so suddenly drops become a real viability. Especially these maps where the Protoss has to stretch all the way across. Dark Swarm and Plague are just so devastating. And keep in mind that Zerg can kind of remake some of their tech. Obviously, if you lose the Hive and all that other stuff, it hurts. But Protoss, they can lose all their tech and all their gateways, and it's like very hard to even make any of that, have enough room to make all your infrastructure anywhere else. What? Oh, some kind of production error just happened there. Did you see that? Some graphic popped up on screen and then went away. There it is again. Why is that happening? Somebody's getting yelled at in a control room. In 2010, it just happened. Is it supposed to be an instant replay? Is that what we just saw? Oh, they're switching to the player cam. Okay. That's a weird graphic to throw up there to the first-person view. Okay, that's what it was. That's weird.
본진에 대비를 해놔야죠. 자, 계속 칩니다. 예. 6시 교도 바탕으로 계속 치는 거예요. 지금 본진에는 미네랄이 없어서 방어를 안 해줘야 될 게 아니라.
Okay, big drop. Notice the overlords are shift clicked here. Damn. This is an insane game. Big dark swarms down here. Again, the Templar Archives is right there. It's so hard to shuttle units back over to the spot. This may be Jaedong's mistake up here, is rushing in with his lurkers. This is like how you can lose a game with Hydra lurkers. You attack into Templar Archon, or Templar Dragoon. Archons obviously help. So this is a really bad move here by Jaedong, by the way. Why doesn't Jaedong pull back? I mean, that's a good question. I think his plan is to try to isolate the 12 o'clock spot, but both 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock in PvZ are so good to turtle on for both races. It's funny to notice the sponsor for this at the top left that says Shinhan Unhang. That's the Shinhan Bank. The sponsors back then for StarCraft 1 were pretty insane. Occasionally you'll hear people that, you know, especially with StarCraft 1, there's a lot of like kind of anti-Blizzard people that are like, it was better. Blizzard wasn't hands-on, and you know, you don't need publisher support. And then it's like, this is a major Korean bank that's backing this. These are serious sponsors for South Korea. And now a lot of those sponsors aren't there for esports in general in Korea. Even in a lot of the Riot stuff in Korea, it's a lot of it's not Korean sponsored. And for the uninitiated, you actually have to have sponsors to do an event. These things can't just make themselves, so you need advertisers. And historically in esports, that's always been one of the things that companies... Look at the sweat, by the way. Did you see that sweat trickling down his head? This is an intense match. That's a great shot they had back there. But yeah, you need to have sponsors to fund this kind of stuff. These things don't just come out of nowhere. So that's them switching to that first-person cam. How much does it cost? How much does it on average cost to sponsor tournament? I don't know. I mean, it would depend on, you know, what the agreements are, where it's airing. I don't actually know. It could range. Ideally, you'd have several sponsors for a tournament. And this is where esports is no different from any other kind of sport. You know, if you watch the UFC, you'll see they've got like a Bud Light sponsor and, I don't know, Under Armour, all that other stuff. One of the first places to actually, I think, do a good job with sponsors was Overwatch League, although their spending was so insane they could never keep up. Does he actually get the Nexus? No, the Nexus stays alive. That's crazy. One thing to keep in mind, big picture on this map, is that the Protoss always expands a little bit later. So when the map's cut up evenly, the Protoss is going to run out of money last. What would I have done differently if I was going to run Alg on the Legend asks? Well, I mean, you're supposed to scale up with stuff. You're not supposed to just come out and claim you're going to be the biggest thing ever and try to, you know, do all these international things all over the place. And, you know, be flying teams and players to all these different cities. It was like an insane model, and it's particularly with a game that wasn't really tested as a viable spectator sport or anything like that. It's okay to start out small, watch things grow, and then, you know, try to pace that. And if it doesn't grow as fast, then you match it to that, you know. Scalability and sustainability is really important. You know, as an example, you know, ESL's done very well with Counter-Strike. And, you know, they've kept up to pace with it. But I think what happened with Overwatch League is there was a lot of people that just thought they knew better. And, I mean, there's been a lot of stuff done incorrectly with, you know, esports in general. There's been a lot of failed businesses. So at this point in time, we're starting to really see Stork kind of take control of the game. He's winning fights in the middle of the map. We've seen a lot of gas units kind of killed off here in the middle. We are in Ultra Tech. By the way, not all PVZs stick with Ultra Tech, but back then that was the understanding, was eventually you switch into Ultras. I'd be curious to get the thoughts of another pro about this, but a lot of them seem to want to stay more on Lurker Defiler. Yeah, this probably should have happened a little bit sooner, but this was a really good move here by Stork to just be storm dropping. I wonder if he has shuttle speed here. How different are the Korean casters compared to me and Artosis? I think there's some similarities. Korean casters also joke around and have fun. Yeah. I think, you know, culturally there's some differences with Americans and Koreans, but I don't know. Artosis and me try to figure out what worked best for us. We didn't try to copy that much from other people, so to speak. Obviously, the Korean casters sound more hype. Well, they are more hype, but then sometimes they get criticized for being overly hype when it's not. Here's another big drop in the main. This is an insane game, by the way. And this is, you know, I think one of the things that really helped carry StarCraft as a spectator sport was the games were so good. Yo, Fish, thank you for the sub, man. I'm sorry my alerts are off right now, but I'll play them after this video. But the games were so good. So this is still back when everybody was on a team and living together. So these shots they're getting are the coaches or the coaching staff or the teammates. I believe Pro League was still going on then. And this is the thing, man. Ultras are so crazy good when they get high enough in numbers. And usually when you see a Protoss lose a fight like that, that's that big on the map, it's very hard to imagine them recovering. Almost all the gates are gone. This is Jaedong versus Storkfish. Look at Jaedong is sweating. You can see sweat glistening on his neck and his near his bangs, or his sideburns, excuse me. This is pretty rare, too, to have a game where it looks like things are going to mine out. I have not tried Beyond All Reason. Maybe we can try that later, Scapegoat. Oh, what? I was like, where does he storm it? Oh, there's stuff over there. One of the funny things about this, too, is there's no Reavers being made here. That seems to be more of the norm in these drawn-out games to start to tech into Reavers. One or two Reavers on a base like this, and it's almost impregnable. Now keep in mind that Jaedong, from what he sees here, he knows he has to actually... I think this DT's stuck, by the way. He needs to kill this base off and he wins. What is blocking this? Is there a DT? Oh, that's two Dark Storms on top of each other. I was actually confused. I'm like, that seems like a more orange cloud. Yeah, the DT saves the day there. Can you plague buildings? Yes, you can. One thing to remember is that since Archons are almost entirely gas, you can usually squeeze out a lot of them in a game like that. He's going to go right for the Nexus. Does he actually get the kill? I think he does. Yeah. Now, I don't know how many minerals are at the top left base. I'm not totally clear on that. This is Stork's perspective now. Yeah, he's almost mined out at that top left base. So now Stork's going to bring his army out. I'm kind of surprised he didn't do this earlier. There's no minerals anywhere. We're doing a little mineral check. There's actually not a lot down there. That cybernetic score is going to be picked up. That was destroyed in the main earlier. That's why there's a cybernetic score up there. It's a lot of zealots, by the way. It's a lot of zealots. So the question is, did Jaedong overextend by trying to force all those ultras in there? Are these dudes retired now? No, they've both been playing in recent ASLs. I remember first moving here. I was staying, I think, for like maybe 3 or 4 weeks in an apartment with a bunch of the old poker players, Starcraft pros that switched to poker that were foreigners. And they had a big TV in their living room. A bunch of them were living together in a big apartment in Gangnam. And just, there was always a TV on in the living room with Starcraft playing. Always. They always left it on. I'd wake up and be watching Starcraft, or I'd come home after a night of getting Korean barbecue and watch Starcraft on TV. How do the wrists survive? This is from 2010 Fish. You have to do a lot of exercises and stretches for your wrists. I had wrist problems too, actually, when I tried to come back. It is scary trying to fight lurkers with Zealot Archon. So right now what's happening, and by the way, I hope you guys mind that I'm not casting this. I want to try something different, like just talking through it and watching it with you guys. Protoss, if they can keep mining from those resources at the top, they're going to win. This actually may be the winning moment here. That's a lot of stuff that he just lost. Stork has decided, at least for now, to not even make a Nexus here. This is really interesting. And instead just basically run the clock. I feel like today we would think it's better to make a Nexus. Oh my god, that's crazy. Those are on hold position? What? They're on hold position? That's so much worse than if they were just to be moving by themselves. Moments like this, by the way, it's crazy what, you know, a 1DT that goes unstopped can do.
여기 자원줄이 문제가 아니라 앞으로 안 먹어도 되는 성병구 지금 가지고 있는 병력이 문제예요.
아, 이재동 선수 지금은 마땅히 해줄 게 없다 보니까 견제를 통해서 조금이라도 프로브를 좀.
What does the Z1 and the P7? So that's Zerg at 1 o'clock, Protoss at 7 o'clock. One of the things Artosis and me did, I actually did this even before I guess I was casting with Artosis. I didn't use the 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I didn't use those positions. I just say top or bottom. I just felt like once you started getting too specific with clock locations, it gets weird.
골을 잡혔어요. 동점. 네. 아, 진땀 흘리고 있는 이재동 손대입니다. 손대입니다. 이게 딱
Look, he is soaked in sweat.
적으로 말씀드리면은 최소한 9대 1입니다. 송병구 선수가 경기 잡았어요.
이재동이 버틸 수 있는 힘이 없어. 8시 자원줄. 아, 화승 입장에서는 안타깝게 다 떨어졌고요. 삼성 입장에서는 드디어 자원줄 끊겼습니다.
그렇습니다. 매치 포인트. 예, 2인용 맵이고 더 이상 자원 못
Casters are talking about this. Looks like it's almost to the end.
성병구, 넥서스 58 자원 마저도 질럿으로 다 생산하고 있고요.
Stork's basically waited it out.
이렇게 많은 화승에 그 각각의 라인들 좀 다 꺾었습니다.
그렇죠.
That was the coach of Samsung Khan. I think she's the only female pro team coach back then. I can't speak for League. I don't really keep up with League, to be honest. So I don't know what's going on in that world. So that's it. That's the last mineral that's been mined. By the way, really good observing back then, too. They caught the last moment. They're really catching the drama. And, you know, dude, his dripping with sweat. It's crazy. Look at his chin. Oh, my God. There's a cut to the shot of the player faces here. So anything that you lose, I mean, that you're never getting it back in these moments. Keep in mind that in order to win a game, you have to destroy their buildings. So you can't just, like, you know, stop them from mining. You have to be able to kill all the sunken colonies. You know, a lurker that's protected by a spore, stuff like that. Can't lose your observer. You can see the observers going around now and showing none of the larvae are making. They're all just idling because they that's all they can do is idle. Where are these drones going? Yeah. This is from 2010, chat. So these are these moments where, you know, it's a little bit quiet during the game. The Zerg is trying to figure out, okay, is there anything I can do here? The answer is probably no. Again, very interesting that Stork did not make the Nexus at 12 again, instead long distance mines. Preferring to have those last 400 minerals saved into maybe like a few more units, a couple more Archons or something. Yep, there it is. GG. Crazy. What a game. That was just maybe 6 months before the... It must have been cold then, man. Those are jackets they got on. I can't imagine playing in a jacket. Maybe you have to play in the jacket because the sponsor's on there. Anyways, yeah, that was just a few months before StarCraft 2 came out. StarCraft 1 still going strong then. Dramatic game. You have to have two good players like Stork and Jaedong to make a game that's that crazy. Jaedong dripping with sweat. Oh, my God. Goes to show you how intense it is. Thank you guys so much for joining me for that. There's Firebat Hero in the background there as well. Let me know what you thought about that game in the comments. Maybe there's some other games you'd like me to go over here with on my YouTube channel. Go to tastelessthreads.com. That's where you can find my merch site. We got a whole bunch of cool gaming, esports related merch over there. And have a good day. Stay safe out there. I hope to see you in a future video. Bye-bye. How was that, chat? I'm going to pee. We're going to play some games. Do me a solid if you guys would. Here, we're going to unpause the alerts. Check out the QR code at the bottom of the screen.
I want to fucking barf.
Download on Evony, Return of the King. Get to level 5 or even level 10 if you can. That directly supports me. We are also sponsored by HelloFresh.
Hey, you fucking idiot in the chat. You are terrible at everything. You want to talk about my minerals in the bank? Let's see you play. You fucking asshole.
We have a great deal with HelloFresh. You can get
Intofiskai
free breakfast
just
for life
subscribed.
with that,
Was good.
using that code.
He's so bad! This is, you can lose to players because they're bad! I prove it!
We're also sponsored by Surfshark. Use the command
just
VPN.
subscribed. Tasteless poggers.
Keep yourself safe. Use a
You're
VPN.
too caught up in theory. Oh, thank you, game theory expert from
Thank you for the
MIT.
subs, by the way, guys. I'm
You
gonna pee.
fucking moron.
Trimantha just subscribed.
I want to fucking barf.
TNSHTSHNS tipped $3. If you ain't goonin', you ain't livin', brother. If you ain't shit in your pants, penis vagina balls 69. Tasteless watched Artosis get hard and got hard. Artosis got hard because Tommy was pounding his wife, and that made him hard because he is a cuckold.
You're too caught up in theory. Oh, thank you, game theory expert from MIT. You fucking moron.
Sloopney just subscribed. Love the esports stories, bringing me back to my childhood.
Oh, man. Fuck you, guy in the chat. You're out of here.
Fish underscore 151 just subscribed.
Poof! Ta-da! Violent J here, one half of the Insane Clown Posse, thanking you. Why? Because you subscribed, bitch. That makes you hella live. Whoop whoop!
Fish underscore 151 just gifted 5 subs.
Fish, thank you, man. 5 subs from you, dude. Making my day. Let me update my goal here. Appreciate the support, man. Yeah, that's Violent J. I got him on Cameo. No, that's literally Violent J, chat. Wait a minute, wait a minute. What? Did the ladder reset? The ladder reset? What? New maps? It's February? What? Is it reset in February? Is this a new Blizzard CEO? Is that what she did? Hold on a second. All the same maps? Well, we can't get our hopes too high, can we? Oh, I'm glad you like it.
Fucking piece of shit.
Extension. Yo, LZ Gamer, what's up, buddy? I miss you, man.
Just subscribed. Less than 3.
Less than 3 back to you. More than 3. More than 3. What are these Artosis animations? I gotta get some of those. There we go. We're off to a good start. Is that on his channel, Arto USA? I gotta get some animated emotes. Arto Cope, what are these? Is this a new feature on Twitch that you can do GIFs? I had no idea. I've never seen these before. Oh, I guess I do. I guess I do have animated emotes. I'm so dumb. Let me see here. Oh. Movie Yas. Okay. Get my armrests fixed here.
You've not enough minerals. 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 You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Do we not rush in Brood War anymore? We can rush in Brood War.
You must construct additional pylons. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I think I fucked this up. I think he's gonna get his gas now. Yeah, I fucked that up. Okay, I have to cut a probe there. I don't ever actually use this build, chat.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, this is already terrible. This is so bad. All right, whatever.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
What? God damn it.
We are under attack.
So normally I do a yeah, normally I steal the gas, so I don't really know how to play this one out safely.
You require more Vespine gas. You require more Vespine gas. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Calls. For Adun. Honor guide me. What now calls? For Adun. You must construct additional pylons. Awaiting instructions. Calls. I have returned. You have not enough minerals. Confirmed. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
All right. All right. I don't know, guys. Probably was better to just run out after that, after we killed the last Marine. I don't know why I like tried to win more there. It's so funny, we like watch all those really good players play, and then I try to play, and I'm like, huh. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Everything is so bad, chat.
Requirable Vespine gas. I have returned. Initiated. Transmitted. Commencing. Receiving.
Okay.
Not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. I have returned. Confirmed. Coordinates.
Got a turret here? Okay.
We are under attack. Transmitted.
Shit. Don't do that, tasteless. Oh, alright.
Confirmed. Receiving.
Oh, I didn't get the, oh, that's weird. Fuck me. Shit.
Transmitted. I am needed. Requirable Vespine.
Oh, we didn't get this in time. Shit. We have shit to cancel the observer speed then.
Requirable Vespine gas.
Okay.
My life for I have not enough minerals. I long for combat. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. My life for I.
Forge. Thank you. What is this? Okay, I don't love that. Okay. Well, that's a very weak shuttle now. Ooh, they don't have that many workers here. Okay.
Not enough minerals.
I'm not confident at all here.
Upgrade complete. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. You have not enough minerals. You have not
Please give me more money. Nice.
warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for hire. My life for hire.
Go, go, go. I didn't get the Zealot speed upgrade. Shit.
Reset complete. Receiving. Upgrade complete.
Is he gonna expand up here? Oh, we got to transfer. Oh boy.
My life for hire.
No. All right, let's wait for him to transfer workers there.
Upgrade complete. Put down the claws. My life for hire. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. You have not enough minerals. Make use of me. Esau too. Thus I serve. My life for hire. Upgrade
Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad. So bad by me.
Upgrade complete.
right, this is a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. Can we go down here, please? Okay, definitely overextended there.
Receiving for vengeance. Zerashquina. Your path. Zerashquina. Upgrade complete. My life for hire. Instructions. Kokotula.
Oh shit. Fuck shit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm waiting for iron. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your command.
Can we get these fucking carriers out, please?
You require more Vespine gas. Your command. Carrier has arrived.
All right, there we go.
Instructions. We are not minerals.
This base is expendable.
My life for iron. Commencing. Your command. Instructions. Instructions. Attack. Commencing.
All right, moving out.
Upgrade complete. Commencing. For instructions. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh fuck.
Commencing. Affirmative. 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 We are under attack. My love for combat. We are under attack. Carrier has arrived. Commencing. We are under affirmative. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Commencing.
Get over there.
Your command. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, I don't have any Templars here.
Instructions. I long for combat. We are under attack. Affirmative. Receiving your command. We are under attack. Affirmative. Affirmative. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative. We are under attack. Your command. Affirmative. Upgrade complete. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough. You have engaged the enemy. Commencing. Make use of upgrade complete. Commencing. Your command. Your command attack. Instructions. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals.
Oh, you know my secret.
Instructions. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Command. Commencing. Instructions. Affirmative. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Commencing. Affirmative. 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 Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Make use of it. Very well.
Oh, I'm just blocked in here.
Affirmative. Instructions. Your command. You've not enough minerals. Transmit. Nera Sculio. Nearby. Receiving. Instructions. Instructions. Your command. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your command. Commencing. Affirmative. Commencing. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative. Instructions. Your command. Affirmative. You've not enough minerals. Yes. I'm waiting. Zip it. Nera Sculio. I call.
Ah!
Your command. Your field stabilized. We feel your presence. Your command. Affirmative.
So he's going to eventually run out of shit.
Commencing. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
He doesn't get. I don't get the kill on that? What the fuck? That's criminal. That was supposed to be like kind of my game-winning move there.
Affirmative. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Command. Commencing. Affirmative. Commencing. Destruction. your presence.
Oh, I never got this.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. My path is set. Carrier has arrived.
Fuck.
Your warriors have engaged.
Oh my god, this is like all we need to do to win here.
For instructions. Your command. Your acquire more Vespine gas instructions. We are under attack.
Right. He actually does not have as much mining from here as I would have thought, which is a little bit weird.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative.
All right, so he's got wraiths.
Command. We are under attack. You must construct the enemy. Instructions. Your command. You must construct additional attack. For fire. Yes, I'm waiting. Your life for all pylons. I'm waiting. Carrier has arrived. Affirmative.
We cannot let this happen here.
Attack. Instructions. Affirmative. Your command. Roll across.
Oh, shit.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Roll across. Your command. We are under attack. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Your command. Affirmative have engaged the enemy. Affirmative. Your command. Instructions. Your command. Your command. Your command. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Come on, make the fucking cannons, dude. Jeez. Oh my god. Throw me a fucking bone here, game. Come on.
Affirmative. I'm waiting. Instructions.
What a game to start this off, by the way, chat.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
That's how we do it, man. Oh my god. My Reaver was firing scarabs down a cliff in 1955? What? My biggest weakness is if my build gets thrown off, I think. I was actually thrown off with this game. I was supposed to steal his gas, so this is kind of like a weird improv build. I don't normally do the Zealot opening with Dragoon, but I think we did okay. We're pretty good at just taking 3 bases and going into Reaver. This was a little scary when he took a 4th base. He seemed to be not bad, by the way. I don't know if we kept getting our upgrades here. I did okay there, but I need to be more careful and not lose so much. We took out like all of his vultures. Yeah, once we had these, what is this? 8 carriers. Yeah, this is where we kind of took control of the game. This is a kind of a big blow by him too. Because like now I'm killing off all of his tanks. So now the whole game just becomes me running away from Goliaths and sniping tanks. Check the Reaver. All right, sorry, I was caught up. In how awesome I was that game. You said 1930? 1955. You mean here, right? Wait, I think I just saw it. Dude, that's insane. It did do that. That's crazy. But there was another shot that I fired that I actually went over there too. Yeah. For some reason, this is firing down the ramp. Like down there. That's crazy. Watch. It's going to do it again. What in the... What is that? That's insane. Hey, what's up, DeWalt? Are you excited for your ASL games? Your qualifier games? Where's my phone? Yeah, good luck, DeWalt. I'll be following. Again, guys, scan the code on the screen. Play Evony, Return of the King. Get to level 5 or level 10 for me if you would. That supports me. If you want to support me, that's the best way to do it. Besides subbing or donating, of course. We've got HelloFresh today. We've got Surfshark VPN.
You have not enough minerals. 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 enough minerals. You must construct additional pylons. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Nine pool? No, over pool.
You have not enough minerals. 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 You have not
Oh
enough
shit, there's an idle probe. God damn it. Uh-oh. Fuck!
attack. You have not enough minerals.
Is he gonna go?
You have not enough minerals.
Okay, kid. What? No! What? What the fuck? Literally the moment my Nexus finishes? Well, I guess we learned our lesson. If we don't have vision, we shouldn't just pull the probes away. Thought I saw 4 lings and that's it. He hit it pretty well. He probably just has it memorized when I'm going to stop. When my Nexus finishes. It's so stupid. Oh my god. I'm gonna pee. Be right back. Oh, wait. Yo, thank you for the support on YouTube, Floor Shirts. You gonna post more horror game playthroughs? Do you mean like the full game playthroughs? I gotta check with my editor. I don't know if he was posting all the old Let's Play stuff. We can get that all uploaded. I am gonna be continuing Alan Wake 2, but not right. Not right away because Stormgate is gonna be playable, so that's gonna take up a lot of our time. I've got a few more stream days to just get back up YouTube content. Then we're going to be going hard into Stormgate. There it is. My alerts work.
Floor Shirts super chatted $1.99. You gonna post more horror game playthroughs?
But we are enjoying the scary games. So Alan Wake 2 is definitely coming. I'm just... it's kind of a weird time because all these RTSs are coming out. And people really want to see content around that. So I'm a little bit beholden to when that's playable. But Alan Wake 2 is really good. I'm really having fun with it. And the chat has been hilarious when we're playing. Sorry, this is PVZ? Alright. Alright, let's see if I can redeem myself, guys. Shit, I clicked 2? Fuck my life. Oh my god.
You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. You must construct additional pylons. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
But yeah, we'll be going through Alan Wake 2. For sure. Fuck! 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 Fuck!
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
All right. Keep your cool, chat. We got this shit.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
It's a lot of links.
You have not enough minerals.
Oh my god. This is not good.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Fuck! Oh my god, I gotta get better at this. Oh my god. I should have pulled more. We knew it was coming. Fuck me, man. I don't quite have this part figured out. Right here, we know it's coming. No, not one cannon in the mineral line. No. I need probably more probes here. I need to probably cancel all probes that we're making. All right, we just have to be... I just did a video on that, Carlo, for the new Blizzard president. That'll be uploaded on my YouTube probably tomorrow. Not enough zealots. Well, we probably could have pulled more probes. I also let him in through the bottom. We just need to stop everything and make units to defend there. Once we see 6, it's like, we're not fucking around. 6 is a serious number. That's like an all-in. Thing is, we can hold that. We can actually win that. Yeah, it'll come out soon, Carla. We recorded it like 2 hours ago. Maybe 3 hours ago.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Think making the Zealot initially would have saved me. Yeah, I guess if I see 6, I can't get my core out. That's probably the rule we have to follow. 6 lings means I don't just willy-nilly go into my core. I think I need to, like, actually be ready.
Fucking clown race! Clown race!
Hybrid, thank you so much, man. Hey, thank you very much, Bodacious King. Appreciate you.
You have not enough minerals.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. Thank you for gifting this sub.
You must construct additional pylons.
Fuck, tasteless. Go, go, go.
You have not enough minerals. We are under attack. engage the enemy.
My Nexus is late.
You fucking kidding me?
I am not.
Oh, this is so stupid.
Thank you. Who was that? Kybrid, another one. Thank you so much, man. All right, there's more and more links being made here. I'm making third cannon here just because I don't know. I might this might actually be overkill by me. All right, you know what? I'm actually gonna cancel the third cannon. This doesn't feel right. Oh my god. Hydra bust. Got it. It's kind of crazy he's just showing that to me.
Fuck you, guy in the chat. You need to scout more. Fuck you.
Yo, thank you. Is that another one from Kybrit? Oh my god, Kybrit, making my day, man. Thank you so much. I think he has this base up here. I probably should have checked for that earlier.
Whoa, man. Fuck you, guy in the chat. You're out of here. Are you fucking actually serious? Are you?
Oh my god.
Fucking actually serious? This lucky shit.
Thank you, man. Kybrit, holy shit, you're making my day over here, dude. Oh my god. I definitely kind of jumped the shark with my production here.
You have not enough minerals.
Hey, thanks, Hybrid. Thank you so much.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough.
If this guy's really smart, he would get like, oh, we never got weapons. Shit. God damn, we're really kind of all over the place, guys. I'm all fucking mom's
I would
spaghetti up in here.
never GG him. I would not fucking GG him if he was about to die.
We're winning this one for you, Kybrit. There's a bounty on this nerd's head. You know, he never actually killed this building.
This is so fucking stupid! Fuck!
The Kybrit slow drip continues on, dude. Thank you, man. Shit. Oh my god. He can get that fast? That's insane. I just clearly was not ready for that. Let's see if I can come up with something here.
Fucking piece of shit.
Complete.
Fuck. There's nothing there.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Vespine gas. Require Vespine gas.
Dude, this guy's way better than me. Fuck me, man. Joke's on you, I didn't get Storm, buddy. Okay, pretty bad. Don't seem to know how to target anything. Okay, I don't really know what... So we got the cannon rush off, and then I kind of don't know what I need to do. Clearly, too many cannons. Yeah, you might be right. I think the reality is that I played like too much of a pussy here. Their third cannon's just like... One cannon is literally fine. I should be sending zealots out. I saw the hydras. And that bugged me out. And he just bounced back immediately. And I was not ready for the mutas. Maybe the play is really to just get a Corsair and play it out like that. Well, we're going to turtle a little bit no matter what. When we see Hydras, we have to turtle or we die. I mean, that's, you know, that's the name of the game. Second, guys. So we've got the cannon rush down pretty well. What does this put us? Probably low B. Oof, get ready. It's going to be painful. We know that color B, but what kind of B rank? Is it low or high or what? We basically just need to know how to... Oh, 1748? Holy shit. So the MMR, like, close to the founding of America. We need to be... We need to know exactly where to play it out so that we can win. Make a different profile? No, I think there's usually, like, everybody's MMR gets really low right at the start of a season. We'll just grind through it. It's okay. It's good to play against some bad people, too, because they do weird stuff that doesn't make sense that I have to know how to deal with. Especially at this MMR. 1600 to 1700 is like... They're doing some weird thing that's like... There's a reason why they're stuck in this MMR.
Not enough minerals. You have 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 not enough minerals.
5 Terran Factory, like a 2-base push? That's like really common. We encounter that. I actually have a hard time versus like these 2-base all-ins.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I got a mineral boost this one over here.
You must construct additional pylons. You have not enough minerals. 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 Additional pylons. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
So we get to scout him last. So we're going to be playing from a pretty ambiguous position here. No expand. I doubt he hit here, but we might as well check at this MMR. Okay. It's like an old move people would do. So he might be two-facking. We have no way of knowing right now, but we're going to check with our Dragoon coming out over here. We can all...
You have not enough minerals. Make use of me for vengeance.
Oh my god, someone got to level 5. Thank you so much for the support. Okay, so this is a two-fac. So we're going to cut probes here. Get 3 gates.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough
Like
minerals.
so. Okay, that's insane. That doesn't make any sense at all. He might be expanding, but I can't know for sure. It could still be a 2-factory with siege mode.
I am needed. Awaiting instructions. I am needed. Nakatsu, make use of me. Commencing. I have returned. I am needed. I have returned. Make use of me.
Two scans.
Not enough minerals.
What is he doing?
You have not enough
What's
minerals.
going on here?
You have not enough minerals. Receiving.
So it is an expand build. All right, we're going back. He just ran out.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Dropship? The fuck?
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Transmitted. Sankalados for vengeance confirmed.
So this is all very winnable. We just have to defend with cannons here at each location.
Instructions. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Okay. Do we have a command center here, or is it just 3 factories? Okay.
Make use of initiated. Upgrade complete. You have not enough minerals. Transmit commencing. Make use of me. I have returned. I am needed, Nakatsu. You have not enough minerals. I have returned. Awaiting instructions. What now calls? Go. Sankalados. I have returned. Receiving. You've not enough minerals. I have returned. Upgrade complete. You have not enough minerals. Input command. Analysis. My life for hire. My life for hire. My life for hire. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. Nagatsu receiving. Isanos. Receiving. Awaiting instructions. Transmitting time. Warriors have engaged the enemy. Upgrade complete. Your warriors have engaged Warriors have engaged the enemy.
Fuck.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Upgrade complete. I long for combat. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for hire. I long for combat. For vengeance. She house. I am needed. Confirmed. I am needed. Upgrade complete. My life for hire. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I guess that's why you don't only send zealots in a position like that. We should be able to close this out with a win. I'm a little bit paranoid.
Vespine gas.
Oh my god.
Carrier has arrived. You require more Vespine gas. Instructions. Instructions.
Alright. Control 2. Control 4. Control 5. Five. Oh shit, I didn't get the carrier upgrade. Fuck me.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. Instructions. I am needed. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Awaiting instructions. Upgrade complete. Commencing. Make use. Confirm. Carrier has arrived. Instructions. Affirmative. Transmit. Transmit. Upgrade complete. Instructions. The warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative. Your command. Affirmative. Gouge. Commencing. Gouge. The warriors have engaged the enemy. Your command. I am transmit. Upgrade complete. Gouge. Affirmative. Gouge. Commencing. Your pass. Affirmative. Instructions. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh!
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Carrier has arrived. Your pass.
Okay, got him. GG. Give me 1 sec, guys. We're gonna watch the replay and eat some food, chat. To enter a flow state? Yeah, all the time. Absolutely, you should, if you're doing it right. Where I like cease to exist and I'm just going through the motions. If I had to guess, this guy is lower rank than even what his rank is here. Don't do this as Tarim. Don't go Siege Mode Expand. It's a really old way to play. You're playing too scared. Oh, Odin, does Justice have a new album out? I love listening to their stuff like 20 years ago. Favorite beer? That's a good question. If I have to default choose a beer, I'll go with a really basic light beer. Like a Corona or a Heineken or a... In Korea, Terra is a pretty common light beer. I do like a good IPA, but I'll never have more than one. It fills me up too much. I think Cyril does come close, Patch, for sure. Problem with what this guy's doing is he's trying to do everything. He's trying to go for drops, get upgrades, have siege mode fast, take a third. I don't have to respect anything that he's doing. Did he actually get a drop ship? No, it was a Wraith. It's so weird. Oh, this is remastered. This is originals if I do that. See? How do I compare to the old me? I'm way better now. Honestly, casting helped me a lot. Casting really improved me overall. Everybody's better, though. That's the thing. I should have waited for these Templars to get here before I dropped. Then I could have Psystormed here, so these Templars are late. All right, guys. Toilet paper napkins. That's how you know I've been in Korea a long time, man. Toilet paper napkins. I think so, Herb Smoker 9000. I don't see why not. I should have had some more probes here, but not a terrible game by us, honestly. I mean, we got to where we needed to be. There's my headphones are in backwards here. Fuzzums woke up for a little bit. Okay, guys. We're going to be doing a sponsored stream for 1 hour. Hope you guys stick with me. Don't go away. If you want to support me, see the code on the left, upper left? Why does it say have a hashtag sponsored stream? All right. Anyways. Do me a favor, guys. Scan that code or use the command in the chat.
Alliance banner is now completed. Let's gather in the Alliance territory to share the Alliance city buff. Alliance banner is now completed.
Ooh.
Let's gather in the Alliance
She's having a hard
territory
time.
to share the Alliance city buff.
Is it the last time? She's just nervous around me. So yeah, guys, Evony Return of the King is sponsoring our stream. Give him a shot. Get to level 5 for me if you could. Or even better, level 12. Or 10, excuse me, level 10. Duh. How do I get to my main screen? What am I doing here? Oh my god. Do I have to claim him? There we go. And guys, feel free to chat with me while I'm playing. We can hang out. We can kick it. close Starcraft. I think that's slowing my game down here. Any hopes for StarCraft 3? I don't think so, man. Not for a while. Can guys pull a red shirt guy? Go tell Blizzard they gotta make a game. Yeah, most of the OG Blizzard people are gone now. Although, Herb Smoker, I'm not an anti-microtransaction person. I think microtransactions are good if they're done correctly. And help support the game financially.
Spartacus, my loyal warrior, welcome back.
Thank you.
My liege, you put down the rebellion so fast, I'm sure that you can conquer the land one day. Please, let me fight for you.
My liege, we found large numbers of resource carts in the direction of the City of Throne.
The City of Throne? StarCraft Immortal where the probes just mine your wallet?
My liege, it's the nobles who heard of your reputation. They especially bring the resources to show you
Stormfront?
their
Do you
kindness.
mean Stormgate? What is Stormfront?
Oh, great. These things can help us expand the city. They will arrive in 2 days.
Instead of esports, what game and games? What's a topic you're strangely opinionated on? I don't know if I'm opinionated on it, but I think living abroad has had a big impact on my life and how I see the world. Resource cart will arrive in 1 day, 23 hours, I assume, and 54 minutes. Nice. No! Nice. Tasteless getting good. Your practice has really paid off, Tasteless. What? Oh, I see. Oh! Oh my god. Video games are over. Did I check out the recent Warcraft 3 land tourney? I'm aware of it. How was it? Again, guys, use the code, play the game, get to level 5 at least for me. That helps me out a lot. Who's number 1 in Warcraft 3 now? Do you guys know? What are my thoughts on Stormgate? It's good. It's good. I'm still NDA'd for a lot of stuff, but it's going to be playable in a couple days. How many gems do I have? Where do I find that? 275 gems. Inscription level 1. Well, I mean, what I'm going to be doing is once the game's playable, actually, I think the day before, I'm going to have a bunch of friends over. We're going to be taking turns playing games. You can come over on the stream, my friend, Drip King. And then we're going to be taking turns. We're going to be hot seating Stormgate, basically. Wait, I don't have enough stone? Oh, you got a job offer to teach English in Korea. Anything you should know? Korea is, I think, the second highest paying English teaching job you can get anywhere in the world. Number one is Saudi Arabia. Would you be in Seoul, or do you know where in Korea you'd be? I can answer a million questions about that because half my friends were English teachers out here. Have a good one, man. Have a good walk with the dog. Thanks for hanging out, Herb. Well, I'm not going to know the company, but would you know what part of Korea it's going to be in? Hopefully not North Korea. I don't know how many English teaching jobs there are there in North Korea. How much are English teachers paid in Korea? I mean, compared to other jobs like Japan or Thailand, they're paid more. I think you can get your apartment covered, so your rent is free, and then maybe somewhere between 1.8 to 2.2 million won, so about $2,000 a month. Dandy. Do you have level 7 yet? I need more gems. Average wage in South Korea? I don't know. Probably around 2 mil. You can Google it. That's a tough question to answer. Seoul people make more. I mean, you know, it's like Seoul's like the New York of Korea. So people living in Seoul are making more generally. It costs more to be there. I thought about it, Booyah, for doing Warcraft 3, but we're too hooked on Brood War. And then with all the new games coming out, I think we're going to be doing that. Hey, thank you, Mind the Frequency. We're doing okay. We're doing good. I'm optimistic about the future. It's been a couple dark years for RTS. I'm gonna get one more water, guys. Stand by. Okay, I'm back. No, we should not be spending gems. How's the rent in Korea? So I'm gonna go off of Seoul here. I have not lived in any other city other than Seoul because all my work's been in Seoul. I mean, the housing market's pretty bad. It's expensive. I mean, especially if you're used to big places, the apartments here are very small. It is probably cheaper than a lot of the really expensive American cities. It gets considerably cheaper if you know how to get around and like how to go to local places. There are nice parts of the city. Obviously, there are also some pretty cheap, dumpy parts of the city. So, I mean, my first couple of years, I was able to live pretty cheaply, to be honest. So, you know, if you can eat like local food, if you can like eat local dumplings, you know, simple Korean barbecue. If you're a drinker, drink Korean soju. You know what I mean? Don't go, you know, whiskey bar or anything like that. You can do fine. You can definitely like have a good life and hang out. We can speed it up, that's how. Okay.
My liege, Princess Lucy is in trouble on her way here. She has important news for you. Let's rescue her now.
Can you be a cop in Korea? I don't know. I mean, I think there are foreign cops out here. Almost none, though. But I think there are some of the places where there's lots of migrants working, like in factories. I've heard of situations like that. Oh, we got to rescue the dame? But it's just, yeah, Korea is a big drinking culture. So if you like to go out and have fun, this is definitely, Seoul's definitely a great city for that. Is it like this? Oh, straight into Trouble Town. I'm so stupid. I think almost every country has a big drink. I think Korea especially. Uh-oh. That's what everybody says, Dandy. Oh, done and dusted. Yeah, that's correct,
Lucy,
Trip King.
my princess, what brings you here?
Cousin, my father, the Hand of the King, was
Oh my
sentenced
God.
to death by the Rage King.
Cousins?
He was fed to the dragon.
What a disaster. Our family has suffered enough.
Are there vending machines that sell on the street that sell beer? Not in Korea. You're thinking of Japan. Japan has a big vending machine culture. There are vending machines here, but in Japan there's like vending machines everywhere. And yes, I am a samurai, of course.
The Rage King has completely lost
The Rage
his mind.
King, aka
He feeds the
Artosis.
dragon with men every day. This madness must be stopped.
Bloody heck! I swear the Rage King shall pay for his
Bloody
debts.
heck. Yeah, Japan is big on vending machines. I think they actually invented vending machines. I might be wrong about that, but I think that's a Japanese invention.
I will assemble my army and take revenge. March to the city of Prone. As you command, my liege.
Oh, that's you guys in the chat. Oh, what? Oh, I see. Okay. So stupid. Oh! What countries are farther apart? Korea and Japan are right next to each other. It's like an hour-and-a-half flight or 2-hour flight or something. Oh, secret one. I know Contra. I'm a man of class, Dandy. Uh-oh. Did your boy just win all the video games? I think he did. You play the original Contra? Isn't that game, like, way older than you are, Dandy? Actually, it seems like a lot of these young people are figuring out the good Nintendo games. Those games still hold up, for sure. Can you shake Kim Jong-un's hand if you move to Korea? You can run across the border into North Korea and see what happens. Good evening, Billy. On YouTube. Hit that level 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Get wrecked. Oh my god! Sorry. Yeah, if you're gonna move to Korea, I mean, a lot of people do it. A lot of people do it for a couple of years. Well, I messed that up. Thanks, Booyah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! This is not enough time. Huh. No, you go to jail, Sorgy. They'd get you. It's super illegal out here. How do I do this? Okay, I think I see how to do it. Sorge, we kind of have a rule. We don't talk about illegal stuff in the chat. Sorry to be a buzzkill, but... Oh no, this is not it. Yeah, I will definitely do a Warcraft 2 campaign. They just made the classic Warcraft games available on Battle.net. I do stream chess. I do a decent amount of chess. Just not all the time. Kind of depends. We got it? No. Academy level 7. Oh. Is that popular though, streaming chess? My chess streams do fine. We get about the same number of viewers on chess as we do for Starcraft. Starcraft, any RTS game, chess do fine. Honestly, my scary game streams do the worst, even though I have a lot of fun doing those. Yo, thank you. Whoever got, what was that, level 10? Thank you so much. Level 5, excuse me. Hey, what's up, Rascot? Hi, Tasis. Just wanted to tell you that I really appreciate your cast and content about StarCraft history. You, Artosis, and the late Total Biscuit got me into watching esports. Much love. Hey, thank you so much, Rascot. I miss TB. I was watching a documentary about him last week. Made me sad. He was a special dude. Jeff, too, man. So, guys, if you're just now tuning in, this is a sponsored stream. Evony, Return of the Kingdom. Check it out. There's a code on screen. You can use the command in the chat as well. Are we there yet? Oh, it's not at level 7 yet. Upgrade. Wait. Get. Oh, we're at level 8. We didn't even need that to be at level 8. Durr. Keep level 8. What are we at? Next level, level's 8. Oh my god, we have no stone. Can we do it now? There we go. I think so, but yeah. See, they might have a desktop version of the thing.
My liege, the guards found an entrance of the secret chamber when patrolling. There seems to be treasures in it.
Oh, that's so cute, Billy. The way to go. Oh my god, I didn't even realize I completely solved it, guys. Hey, go get some sleep, man. Take care, dude. Thanks for coming by.
Congratulations,
come
my
again.
liege. You have unlocked the patrol feature. The patrol feature offers rare items, including the monarch gear.
The monarch gear. Uh-oh. Oh, that cost me 10K. Boom, 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 boom. Uh-oh. This is one for the pros, chat. Oh! No. Oh, what? Wasn't ready for that. I'm so bad. Oh my god. Guys, I swear to God I'm clicking on these. Ba-da-ba-ba. What? Okay, hold on. Uh-oh. What? Oh. Okay. How did I get it before? No! Oh my god. What? I don't understand this. Oh my god. I just didn't have the brain power. I was too dumb. Too dumb. Oh, that's weird. You have insufficient gems, my liege. That red eye incident, yeah, that was crazy. It's actually pretty old. I was just finding stuff to react to. We've got to upgrade our army camp. Wait. Let's get some more lumber. Nice. What do we need? Level 8, right? What are we at now? What do we need to get at? Army camp level 8. Okay, we're at level 7. Keep upgrading. Back to it. Chop, chop. That's what we actually needed. Now we're rich. This is our sponsored game, Act Solo Kenny. It's I don't know, it's you're kind of run-of-the-mill task, kind of chore-oriented phone game. But it does come with this puzzle thing. This is kind of the main attractive part of the game, is you build up your base so that you can unlock these different areas, which I guess I'm not at yet. I need Army Camp level 8. Do I not have that? We still don't have enough wood. Speed it up. Use. There we go. Now I think we got to upgrade our keep now. If you want to check it out, there's a code on screen. We don't have enough gems. We don't have enough gems. What? Sorry, chat. I'm back. There we go. Do you think the Protoss guys have a good chance to win ASL Season 17? Yeah, I don't see why not. Mini and Snow have been looking pretty good. Snow seems to have a hard time getting deep, like as deep as I feel like he should be in tournaments. Mini's good, but I think he's a little bit all over the place sometimes. Best, we're still kind of waiting to come up, you know, and actually win an ASL. It feels like he should have won forever ago. He performs a lot worse than them. Bisu is really good, man. A lot of his stuff isn't new, but it's good. No, Bisu's still good. I mean, he's like in every ASL. He always looks solid. Sometimes he gets kind of deep, like round of 8, and then other times he'll die out in groups. But I mean, StarCraft 1's so competitive right now. He's probably the guy who's like consistently been with the other best players for Protoss for the longest. We don't have enough stone. DeWalt, the qualifiers haven't happened yet, guys. We don't actually know. Oh, that's how I ended up here. If I read their terms of service, I get something. Claimed. Claimed. Calamity claimed. Calamity clumbed. Nordmoo, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the sub. How have you been? 23 months. All good, as always. Excellent. Good to hear. That's what I want to hear. Quests. Speed it up. Use it up. Nice. Speed it up. Doop 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 doop. How are we on quest now? Claim, claim, clommed, Clammed, clown, clone. What is going on? Dun, 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 dun. We have a keep. No, we still need more stone. How do we get more stone? Surely there's a quest here that just makes me get stone, right? Doesn't seem like it. We don't have enough gems, man. Oh, now we finally have a quarry. Okay, this is taking like forever. This is why I couldn't have anything earlier. Give me them rocks. Dun, dun. Upgrade it. No, we can't do that one yet. Nope. Nope. Yo, somebody just got to level 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. I don't think I can yet. Panda Ray, T Gains. Guys, we're gonna find somebody else to raid. Call it a day here. If you haven't already, guys, check out HelloFresh. Surfshark is sponsoring our stream as well. You can use the command VPN to try their product out. HelloFresh, you can get healthy meals delivered right to your door. Learn how to cook, eat healthy, lose weight, feel great. There's something very meditative about cooking, you know? And rewarding. It really makes you appreciate the food. Scan the code on screen or use the command in chat. Evony, Return of the King. This has been our sponsored stream. We really appreciate them supporting Tasteless TV. I know this is normally a Starcraft stream or, I don't know, like Alan Wake 2 or one of these other games, but these sponsorships really help the stream actually be possible, so we're very grateful to them. Now we got to raid somebody. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. I'm going to be back on. Not tomorrow. I've got to record some casts for the YouTube tomorrow. I've got some Stormgate stuff I can't put out yet, but that's going to be on my YouTube real soon. Let me see here. When will I be on again? I might be on, like, I think Monday. I think I'm going to be on, like, all through the weekdays next week. We'll be doing lots of casting and other, I don't know, other content like that. Let me find somebody to raid here. If you guys have a spare Prime, don't let it go to waste. It's appreciated. If you don't use your Twitch Prime, it will go away. Who's on I can raid here? Damn, everybody's playing Tekken 8 right now. It's crazy. Is there anybody you guys recommend I can raid here? Is Grubby on? Is he? Hold on, let me check. I don't think I see him on. Did he like just start his stream? I don't see him on at all. Florencio, who's that? Oh, hold on a second. It says I have 1 more minute left to stream on here before I've met my obligations. I can't end this early or I'll get in trouble. Florencio, who's that? Let me look this person up. What is going on with this thing? I don't know. I can't end this stream just yet because it still thinks I haven't played for a full hour. We're gonna click around a little bit more, chat. Pig endorses him. Got a little bit more stone, not enough to go to level 9. Hey, thank you, Billy. Appreciate you sticking with me during the sponsors. I have like this thing in my dashboard that tells me how much more time I have left, and it said 59 minutes for like 10 minutes now. So I'm like, all right, well, surely this thing's gonna fill in, right? Oh my god, 5 of a kind. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Welcome. We'll be streaming our normal Starcraft content. Actually, Stormgate content again soon here. But thank you for joining us. Welcome. Yeah, I do get more money the closer I get to the goals, Panda. There's also a minimum I have to stream the game for, so I'm just making sure I'm like on for the minimum. Although I feel like we've been over that time now. Let me double check here. Am I considering casting more Starcraft tournaments now that you and Artosis don't have to be a high money deal? I'm not sure what you mean. We've already been casting ASL. I'm still doing GSL. It's just got announced. I think both of us are more focused on casting these new RTS games that are going to come out. That's basically our plan, I think. I think that's true for everybody too, by the way. But StarCraft and all these games are kind of in a weird spot because ESL is basically taking care of everything now. Can I open all these? But with these other new RTS games, I think they're going to have better support from the publishers. Sure, I'm a little drunk. It was my impression. It was hard to get you guys for like European tournaments because you negotiated as a team and demanded high money. No offense to their caster, but I'd love to see you guys at Katowice, like U State or Slate, doing GSL. Yeah, we cost more. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a tricky thing, right? Like, I want to do StarCraft, but I also got to make a living. So it's no hard feelings if they can't find us. I think, and sometimes they do have the money, sometimes they don't. You know, I'm always down to cast, but I think for now I have to wait until it makes sense, or I can be paid what's fair. But, you know, there's Esports World Cup. The Saudis are funding esports now, and they have deep pockets. So it's, you know, a time you can be more optimistic about esports, I think. Do I think a lot of players will leave StarCraft to StarCraft 2 when the new RTS games are out? I think a decent number are going to go and try it out. I don't know what the funding's going to be like for StarCraft 2. StarCraft 1 is kind of its own thing in Korea, and there's always people that are just passionate about 1. I think a lot of players are going to try it out and see how they like it and see, you know, what a healthy ecosystem, assuming these publishers do a good job with it, what a healthy ecosystem is going to look like. It'll depend. Amper's right. It'll depend on how good the games turn out. They need to be fun. They need to be competitive. They need to be good spectator sports. Sponsorship money has to be there. Oh my God, 5 of a kind, dude. Thank you, man. How many was that? 10 tier 1s. Whoa. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Making my day. Which is a bigger game in Korea? Andrew asks on YouTube, StarCraft 1 or 2. StarCraft 1 is bigger in Korea. StarCraft 2's player base is the same size as StarCraft 1's Korean player base. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you so much. Is my thing filled up here yet? This is crazy. Okay, we finally met our goal. Thank you again for the sub bomb there at the end, 5 of a kind. Guys, I'm going to be doing StarCraft next week, but a lot of Stormgate. A lot of Stormgate. I've been listening to you on GSL for years. Didn't know. I could just log on to Twitch and come talk to you. This is so cool. Love you. No, bro, no homo. Yo, bro, no homo back. Love you too. Guys, thanks for hanging out. We can actually now end the stream because I've met my quota. We're going to raid Berry Crunch. Say hi to Berry Crunch for me, guys. And I'm going to be doing Stormgate content tomorrow that's not going to be live on stream, so you won't be able to see that. And then I might stream on... I don't know. I might stream on stream. I might not, but I think we're going to have a lot of streams coming up. So be on the lookout for that. Have a good one, guys. Takes us out. I'm raiding somebody else. Thanks again for the subs, 5 of a kind. Come again soon.
Appreciate it. Can we get a shout out for